Hello, hello, duelists on this wonderful Sunday. Welcome to another iteration of the Challenger Cup. We are back with the summer season of Challenger Cups, and as you just saw with the tournament is about to start screen, Mementol and Anguich has won the poll for the summer season, so everyone's going to be competing for some Anguich playmats among other things this season, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, I was personally rooting for Fiendsmith's Agnum Day, but okay, I can live with Anguich being the poster child of this season. Anyways, assemble everyone to this first summer season Challenger Cup that I'm hosting. It is also, I believe, if I remember correctly, the first Challenger Cup that I'm hosting since Maliss has come out, because we were on a little bit of a break for the transition between like spring season to summer season. I believe this is the first one. I don't believe I've hosted one with Maliss yet. So we're gonna see how that's gonna turn out. I have heard. Listen to me. I have heard that in yesterday's Challenger Cup, which was the very first Challenger Cup of the season. I forgot who hosted it, but there was one yesterday already. There was only one Maliss in top 4, I believe, something like that. I don't know, or maybe no Maliss in top 4. I have no idea. I think I saw someone post about it somewhere, that there was very little Maliss in yesterday's Challenger Cup. Maybe it's a matter of people are, preparing for Maliss too much. I don't know, but I do think Maliss is obviously the deck to beat in today's tournament. Of course, as we see the players assemble on their tables. I believe the round is set to start in like a few minutes. Everyone is trying to find their opponent right now. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm obviously excited because I haven't watched a tournament unfold with Maliss in the mix just yet. So we'll see. Is it going to be dominating today's tournament, or is it going to be just one of many contenders? We will find out. I personally think the deck is obviously looking very strong, so we'll see. Yeah, they have started using a new Discord bot, I think, for this season. I think they tried to improve the one that they've used in previous seasons. So I think that's just a little bit, they're like sorting it out. It's a little bit new. Everyone's not used to this one, so that's why we're starting just a little bit later than usual, but it should be fine. It should be fine. Also, let me get in-game music in here. I forgot about that. I still need to finish the U5 event eventually. There's still a lot of gems I still haven't gotten. Let me see. I actually just played a little bit before the stream started. I was playing some sprites. But there's still a lot of gems I need to grab from this. Also, I don't have the title yet. 5-star. Yeah, need to do that at some point. They added new missions as well, in case anyone's missed it. There was new missions added for the festivals. Yeah, here. Activated spell trap, normal or special summon. Yeah, I've just barely... I haven't done many of those yet. Yeah. Yeah, we got new overlays for the summer season. I hope everyone likes them. But yeah. Let me return to the duel room. Let me see. We should be starting now. Unless they're... Hold up. Announcement. Oh no, the bot is having issues. Okay, we are not starting at 05. Okay, we are not starting right now. Okay, cool. I played Tearlament for U5. Ooh, that is interesting. I mean, I guess you do get Kit Kalos, right? You do get Kit Kalos, but you don't have the Tearlament's Kashtira to grab with it. So you can't do the Mill 8 Feel Great, but you can still do a fair bit with it. Discord bot having issues, shocked. I mean, to be honest, the previous one, I don't even know what the issues were with the previous one, because the previous one seemed like it was running fine. Maybe they were just trying to make like some minor improvements, and now it's fried something somewhere, which is very I mean, for every programmer can relate to that. Sometimes you just try to fix a very small thing and then it blows up the entire thing. I just played the Suship loner. I tried to do it with the loner decks this morning a little bit, just because I didn't want to think about what to build. But I was not having... I looked at them and I was like, you know what? Let's try this Naturia Vernusylph loner, and I just... I couldn't like get anything done with it. Maybe I got unlucky. I only tried for like 2 or 3 games, but I wasn't super successful with the Naturia loner. I haven't tried the others though. I used the Materiactor loner. Maybe I should have played that one. Yeah. I mean, I also like, to be fair, I also just haven't drawn very good with the Naturia loner. In the games that I played, I didn't open Mole Cricket or Camellia a single time. It was always just a couple of Vernusylphs and some of the one-ofs. Like my very first game, I opened Sunflower, which is very, very fitting for any Naturia player. Well, yeah. Anyways, before we start the tournament, I suppose let's talk about what's been going on and what is going to be going on in the next week, because I haven't been live for the last couple of days, of course, because I was pretty busy this week preparing for next week's European Championship, but also because I was live over the last weekend, like for all the entirety of the weekend, basically, because I was streaming the NAWCQ, and so I've been taking some days off this week. Also because I knew I was going to be live this Sunday as well. You know, whenever I tend to like stream on all the weekend days, I usually take a couple of days off during the week, so it's not getting too much. But I'm going to be live today for the Challenger Cup, of course, and then I will also be live tomorrow because we have a lot of stuff to discuss. Originally, I was planning to take the week off before the European Championship, just to focus on it as much as possible, but I think I will stream tomorrow, because I really want to talk about some of the new cards that were announced as well, and so on and so forth. So tomorrow there is going to be a stream where we will look at, because I'm assuming a lot of you guys will ask me about the new cards eventually throughout the day. So just so you know, we will look at all of that on tomorrow's stream, because I am going to be live tomorrow, and we're going to be looking at all that. Don't worry about that. We're gonna cover it all tomorrow. Today we're gonna focus on the Challenger Cup, but tomorrow we're gonna cover all of that. Did you get the new wallpaper? I did. I did get my little favorite goblin's new wallpaper. No love for the beach wallpaper. What is the other stuff they added? I saw they added this one, and I just grabbed it. I didn't even take a closer look at the other stuff. I just ran for this one. Which other wallpaper is new? From the dual pass? I haven't finished this one yet. Was it before 50? Ah, this one. Okay. You know what? That one's cool. Is that from a card? Or is that just like a... I don't remember this being on a card. Maybe it is. Flip support? Ah, okay. That's cool looking. I like it. I like it. It's chill. I mean, okay, while we wait for the first round of the tournament to start, why don't we play a game? Why don't we just grab some more of these rewards from the U5? Might as well. I'm just gonna be playing my trusty Sprite deck. And hopefully be able to win going second with it. That's a decent hand. Got 2 normal summons, but hey, we'll see. New cards tomorrow. New cards we're going to be looking at tomorrow. Would Memento Fiendsmith Tearlament work? I'm not entirely sure what the Memento cards, like how they synergize with Tearlaments. Probably not that much. Like Fiendsmith Memento definitely works, and Fiendsmith Tearlaments definitely works. Not entirely sure how good they are all 3 together. When does the Challenger Cup start? It was supposed to start like about 10 minutes ago, but I think the bot they're using, because they just changed it, they're using a new bot now, and there's still some problems with it, so we're experiencing just minor delay before we start round 1. Which is why we're just spending some time in the festival. I also still haven't reached Master 1 yet this month. I really want to do that still. I'll probably do it tomorrow. If we can. I don't know where we are exactly. I think it's like Master 4 or something. That should be possible in one stream, right? Master 4 to Master 1. Unless I get a bad run. That should be doable. I'm having a Materiactor meltdown right now. Maybe ashing the one in hand wasn't great, but I felt like it was a pretty high value one. The Materiactor alone, is it good? I haven't actually... I've played against some Materia Reactor in the event. I didn't even know they were all using... I don't know if they were all using the loner. Because this... I don't think this is the loner because it's a glossy psychic tracker. Right? So this... The loner doesn't have glossy cards, I don't think. So this, I think, is not the loner. Right, is goaded with a small Ghost Trick package. Ooh, I'm not using Ghost Tricks. Okay, so what kind of end board does Materia Reactor make? Oh, we're pivoting into Goblin Bikers now. Okay, sure. I'm assuming most of the Exceed focused decks are gonna end on F-Zero Utopic Draco Future in this event. Which is a problem for my hand, because if they just steal my normal summon with it, then I can't special summon blue. Which is an issue I have. Currently my hand does not even beat one F-Zero. But we can draw plenty of cards to help. I'm playing Droplet, I'm playing Thrust. I'm playing Foolish for Nimble Angler. I'm playing Nimble Angler itself, which I could discard for Swap Frog. So we've got possibly good draws to answer a F-Zero. Normal, no effect. Yeah, but that also doesn't beat it, right? Because then I have special blue and then they negate the blue and take it. And then I also can't play. With this hand right now. I feel like on the first day of this event, everyone was telling me how most decks were making very reasonable and small end boards and they weren't that hard to break. But then I feel like the longer it's been going on, the more people have figured out that there's actually some decks that can do some pretty impressive stuff in this event. And now it's becoming increasingly more difficult to beat these boards if you can't prevent them. So maybe it was easier to go second in this event, like on the first day. But also, I mean, the thing is, the reason why I waited was because they hadn't added the new missions yet. I really wanted to wait until they added the new event missions to get extra gems. Okay, we're making a Gram Pulse. Oh, okay, just to go into F-Zero. Okay, sure. Well, like I said, currently I can't even beat the F-Zero. Even disregarding the other stuff around it. Is Sprite fully legal in U5? Well, I mean, we don't have Link monsters in this event, so there's no Sprite Sprint or Sprite Elf, which definitely hurts. Okay, so there's a Cicada King. When a monster on the field activates its effects, detach a material, target that monster, negate its effects. Okay. Well. Imperm. Imperm does help a little bit. Does this interact? Do they have any interaction in the graveyard right now? I feel like one of those might be one. During your opponent's main phase, if this card's in your grave, detach an Xyz material, special summon it. So this special summons a Goblin Biker from the graveyard. Target a face-up monster on the field, except this card, attach it to this. Okay. So they can trigger the Big Gabonga by bringing out the Clatter Splotter. Okay. Well, that's not great. But I will have to use Imperm on this, I suppose. Because Negate and Take is definitely the scariest right now. Ooh, normal summons is really a problem. If they just attach this to the thing, I just can't play. But there's no way I can outmaneuver that. I just have to hope. I have to hope they use their interaction here in a weird way, because I started with special summon swap proc, so I technically still have a normal summon open. So I'm hoping they don't immediately equip it, attach it. Because from their perspective, I could still normal summon like another Nimble Beaver or something. So will they really use their last... will they use their last interruption? Yep, okay, they will. Okay, never mind. Yeah, well, now that was their last interruption, but if I had a level 2 monster, I'd be completely fine here, but I do not. Unfortunate. All right. Yeah, a big bummer. All right, let's go first this time around. Understandable. I guess this is my world today. I either draw too many normal summons or no normal summons in my sprite strategy. I think... Can it ever be set Foolish Burial here to make sure I have a play next turn? Or do I set Imperm to make sure I get through this turn? No, I'll set this. Make sure I have a play next turn. Okay. Send a fish from your deck to the grave. Okay. I had I've played against the shark deck a couple of times now, and I've always had problems. Like, I used to just interrupt the first normal summon that they do, but they had so many possible extenders that I got punished for that constantly. So eventually I stopped hitting the first normal summon. What is happening right now? Okay. They wanted to have activated a spell card to be able to special the surfacing big jaws, I guess. No. I don't think this one's a misclick. I think they just wanted a spell card to have been activated so they can activate the big jaws. So it ultimately does make sense. I guess I'm just going to imperm Bahamut Shark here, but it is... I don't know if that's going to be good enough. That's the thing. I don't know why they did this in main phase 2, because I thought they didn't have anything else when they went battle phase. I was really happy about it. Well, okay. Negate Bahamut Shark. They probably... Oh, they stop here. I thought they were going to rank it up into like one of the Xyz armor thingies, but okay. I am very glad I set the Foolish last turn because I did not draw a level 2 monster, so this was not going to be good for me. So let's send a Nimble Angler. Okay, it never mattered. Yeah, okay. No level 2 off the top. Unlucky. I think we have time for one more, but the first round should be starting in a few minutes. Did I miss any new card reactions? Tomorrow. Tomorrow we're taking a look at all the new cards in the regular stream. Today's Challenger Cup. Okay, now we're talking. Come on, surely this one. Surely this one we're fine, right? All right, Imperm is not... Imperm is always in my opponent's hand when I have talents, but I actually don't mind it here. Because I do have the Sprite Blue and the starter. Ah, there we go. Talents live. I'm so happy. Okay. They're gonna be sad. Show me those show me those 3 cards you got there. Okay. Yo. Calm down. What do you mean? Come on, man. I was just gonna take the tour guide, but then I literally cannot play. If I take away the tour guide, I guess I can make Gigantic. They imperm it. Then I activate starter. They ash it. They're on 0 cards turn 1. And then I have an imperm and a Gigantic on the board, which is probably winning. Right? It's probably winning. They'll draw it again. I mean, I'd be happy with that because I have imperm for it. Oh, they ashed. Why'd you ash? All right, well, I guess that means my starter is going to resolve. Should have made it in defense. They'll draw Psychic Tracker and just run over it. Well, how strong is Psychic Tracker? $1,600. Oh. Well, okay. Where are your cards? Imperm Valor Ash Tour Guide is crazy. In the event. This is a card game. You're playing a card game with no cards. All right, cool. God, we're the best. We are, in fact, the best. They delayed the round again. Yeah. All right, we're bursting in the meantime. All right, well. Imperm Ash Valor Tour Guide was not enough for my Sprite strategy. I fought hard for those 100 gems. I really did fight hard for those gems. Sometimes you lose to 1, sometimes you outplay 5. Yeah, like it's funny because the game before that we literally passed and lost to 1 Ash Blossom, and then the next game we did the exact opposite. It's just we beat 4 of them things. Yeah, it really is like that sometimes. Alright, we have resolved Gigantic. I'm summoning all in attack because I have Pixies in hand. I don't actually know what kind of end board I'm even shooting for because I mean, I have a Gin Buster in my extra deck, I suppose. I can make that. But other than that, I don't really... Oh, okay. Let me finish my thought. Let me make my board. I think it was just going to be Gin Buster and then as many of Red and Carrot as I can grab, I suppose. Been playing Melfi, it's nice. Yeah, you could play Melfi, I suppose. The reason I don't have those yet at the moment is actually because this deck started out as I was blinding second because like I was under the impression people were making small boards this format, so I was just like, you know what? Let me just Droplet, Thrust, normal summon level 2, special summon something, and then just win with Gamma Burst. In practice, that has not been that simple for me, so I've gone away from that. But I haven't added the Melfi cards in yet. I could add those though. Wouldn't be a bad idea. It's nice to not have to play around Nibiru. Oh, Droll and Lockbird though. Okay, not bad. That's not bad. Against my hand. So, carrot or red? Which one's more powerful right now? I mean, I don't know what deck they're playing. I could still special out the jet and make a Djinn Buster. I'm going to be missing out on the search from it, but I do get a monster negate and a spell negate. I think that seems reasonable. And it's all backed up by Pixies and Droplet. Mimighoul Master. Add a Mimighoul from your deck to your hand. I will stop that. Battle phase. Ooh, they're gonna walk right into my Pixies. Wait, when does this? Doing damage calculation. Suck. Yeah. Sweet. This is going better than before I started the stream. I was just playing a couple games before I started, and to be fair, I was losing a lot of the coin tosses and getting full comboed by shark decks, which is not happening right now. Can we see the deck list? I can show you the deck list after this game, yeah. It's nothing too special, though. I haven't really been... like, it's just something I threw together, but I can show you. Alright, let's grab Angler. Let's try and bait something with the Gigantic Sprite, because we don't actually need it here. Okay, no interruption on that one. So let's get blue. For carrot. I guess the question here is, does Jet go for a starter into red? Or because I can make Djinn Buster, so I already have a monster negation. I think I would rather have like the double cross. Yeah, let's grab double cross. And we make Djinn. First we special carrot. And then I'll make Djinn Buster. And I might call it a day here. I don't know if committing these two... I mean, these two make another rank 2 for me. But I don't think I want one. There's nothing really... I can make Gachi Gantetsu to make my stuff stronger. You know what? That's funny. I'll do it. I'll make a Gachi Gantetsu. The bot has been restarted, so we have to re-register. Yeah, everyone pay attention to the Discord. Apparently the bot has broken and people need to re-register right now. So just go do that real quick, and then we should be able to start soon, hopefully. Sorry for the delays. But you get to see me summon Gachi Gantetsu, so I think that's worth something. Alright, look at that. 2300 defense carrot. 7th Tachyon. I think that's another shark deck. Yep. I'll let you go -1. That's okay. Grabbing Surfacing Big Jaws. Which is then a special summon. I'll let you special summon it. But then I will think about whether I let you add. I think I let you add. I think I should try to interact with the Exceed monsters instead of the level 4s, because they can just summon so many level 4s. I should probably try to stop the rank 4s, because they always take 2 cards. Shark Drake Vice. Can they rank this up into something super scary? Oh my god, why is there so many related cards? Special summon this card. Indeed, they could discard a spell and make Shark Drake Levice. Which has a quick effect. So let me I'm making my Gachi Gantetsu even bigger. Now everything is plus 600. It's actually crazy. Oh, wow. Sue ships. We may have been outplayed. No, they're attacking my Jin Buster. Okay. Shirao. So this is going to draw a card and add a Gunkan spell trap from the deck to the hand? No. All right, one set, but we have carrot for that. Ooh, perfect. Detach from Gigantic. Special blue. It feels wrong to summon a 1700 attack Sprite blue. But it also feels good. Grab Pixies. Special Jet. Get Gamma Burst. We're going over the top here. We don't need to do all this. This does work from field as well, so I can just summon it out there. 2000 attack. Battle phase. Gamma burst. Reveal 3. Choose 1 to add to hand. Discard sent to grave. Except the turn it was sent there. Don't think this matters. It's funny because this is game even without the Gamma Burst. I'm just doing this is completely not necessary. Alright, 3,000 attack carrot, 31 attack blue. I'll do it with the gun. The Gachi gets to go in for game. MVP. Let's go. Alright, we're moving through the event now. That's what I like to see. Give me more of those gems. Okay, so we now have word that apparently, hopefully, Copium, it's working now. The bot, and people re-registered for the tournament, and it is now set to start in 8 minutes. So we have time for like 1 more game, maybe 2. And then we will start with the Challenger Cup as planned. Just a little bit later than usual, but it's okay. It just means you guys get a longer stream, right? Bonus. All right. I like having these 2 in hand already. It's going to make my board stronger. Normal summon angler. Special summon blue. They have something. So I'm guessing it's infinite impermanence or something else. There's definitely more than Ash Blossom. Because they had something when I normal summoned Angler already. Let me wonder. If I go gigantic. I'll go gigantic anyways. They impermanent, it's fine. They lost 2 cards. And I already have Double Cross and Smasher, so I'm gonna have Disruption. Yeah, they have Imperm. Makes sense. Okay. I wanted to go through another jet. Okay, second Ash Blossom is a punish for what I did. But I wanted to do it this way because otherwise, if I just go red or carrot directly, I'm gonna have to tribute my gigantic and then I can't use my double cross. Yeah. And this is why I wanted to start off for carrot immediately. Okay, nice. Oh, that is not nice. Oh, wait, I could have chained Gamma Burst. Oh, they may have not had one in the extra deck that was big enough. Oh, I missed that. That's on me. Okay. Maybe. I wonder if they had something that was bigger. It's level 5 or under. Maybe there was nothing. Big Vorzag is 32. Maybe they play that, and then I would have just wasted the Gamma Burst. Well. The Jet would have survived, yeah. The Jet would have survived. I feel like I've been hard countered this entire game. It's like I got Ash Imperm, then I got Ash Dustered. Yeah, sure, you win. The worst thing was the Duster in a deck like Evil Eye, which isn't even a board breaker deck. Like that card arguably shouldn't even be there. Still lost to it. Okay. Ooh, we got Angler plus Swap Frog. Maybe normal summon red first. I like this. They didn't. Okay. Not a bad hand for going second. We'll see. Okay, I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign. I don't know what deck they're playing. Right, Smashers. Okay. Now here's the thing. We have a choice between Nimble Beaver and Swap Frog. Technically, both of these get you 2 monsters. Let's start with Swap Frog. What do you think about Dominus Impulse in Sprite? I mean, you can play that, right? Fire and Dark. Not like the worst idea. Do I go for a Gamma Burst line? I feel like the answer is yes. Impulse locks out water? No. Impulse leaves you with water, fire, and dark. Which is pretty much exactly what Sprite... What is this? Evil Twin GG Easy. Tribute. Does nothing. Okay. All right, gigantic here. Delayed again. Oh, God. Ghost Ogre is very, very annoying right now. Sure, yeah. No, I can't prevent that, but I can take this other face down with me. Crackdown, okay. Could bring back Ronin Totem for a rank 2. Unfortunately, I don't think this is game. But I actually feel like either Mannequin Cat or Crumble logos are not bad here. I think it's Mannequin Cat. I can't use Mannequin Cat this turn, but if they draw into an Evil Twin, I can use Mannequin Cat to get into like some resources. Isn't Phoenix game? I forgot about my goat Daigusto Phoenix. Wait, is Daigusto Phoenix 29 times 2 plus 24? Yeah, barely. I forgot about my goat. It's fine. They simply won't draw a life twin and I will not be punished. They drew a sprite monster. Wait, this is not good. If they have another one now, uh-oh. I might be punished. I might get punished, y'all. No, it's not red. Because I can negate starter with carrot. What I really need is a way to stop them from running over my carrot. So I'm just going to get pixies. Because Gamma Burst does not help me in that case. Because Gamma Burst also buffs the opponent's monsters. So I can Imperm Gigantic and then Carrot negate the starter, and then I'm fine. Assuming they don't have another, you know, extender. And that's checkmate. Aha. Well, we got a little lucky there that they didn't open level 2 monster to special the jet. Because if they made a board, then we would have been in a little bit more trouble. Okay, we have all the gems from the event now, which is good. I guess that's the good part about the Challenger Cup being delayed. we were able to just farm the event a little bit. I would like to do more. Because I think I have some missions left for it as well. Festival, yeah, activate spell traps, duel. Yeah, I got some more gems here to grab. Maybe we can also grab the title. I don't know if we have enough time for that, because we're basically halfway to the title, right? The title would be 5,500 more medals, which means that's like 11 more wins. I don't know if we have that much time, but we can keep going. Their name is I'm Tenpai, which is scary, but it is the U5 event, so I don't know if they're saying the truth. I feel like they lie to me. They can't possibly be Tenpai, right? Yeah, it's like Tenpai, but it's only the small ones. They go Pydra, search Sangan summoning, search Genroku, special Genroku, make a rank 3 goblin biker, big Gabonga. Imagine. A lot of duster in this event. Stop doing that to me. I don't like getting dustered. It's not pleasant. Man, stop. They might actually be Tenpai. Leave me alone! Cyber Dragon! No. Okay. I'm fourth, Ronin Toden. No! Why do I never draw level 2 when I need it most? Okay, so I have Ash Blossom for the Cyber Dragon core graveyard effect. So if they don't draw anything really good, I can just Ash that and try to draw level 2 next turn. Come on, it's nothing. It's nothing, and I draw level 2, right? 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 Okay, I guess. Fine, sure. We're back to 0, both of us. Alright, give me Nimble Beaver. Okay, you know what? Next turn. Next turn. You just wait. You just wait. Uh-huh. Oh. No! Ah, dude, why are they faster than I am? Stop! I have to imperm that. I think. I don't even know what they really add with it, but I'm not gonna let him. I'm not gonna try and find out. Alright, level 2! Okay, that counts. That's pretty good, actually. You gotta be careful, because Gamma Burst also boosts their core. And the thing is, I have no more red or carrot in the deck. Okay. Dude, that was kind of intense. That was kind of intense. And their deck was kind of Tenpai. They were not even lying to me. It was kind of Tenpai. Okay. All right. Hopefully, we don't have time for another game. Because I think they start at 10 past now. Let me try and check real quick. We can open the legacy packs real quick. I still want Royal Deputy. But then we should be able to go and start the Challenger Cup. Oh, Gale Dogra number 6. Clutch. All right. Let me see if the room has changed. No, the room is still here. Players are still in the room, so I assume that's where they will play. So yeah. All right. How can we play the Challenger Cup? For this one, registration is already over. But for future Challenger Cups, I believe we have a command for it on the channel. Just try it right now. Exclamation mark Challenger Cup. So the way it works is there's a Discord server where they post all the tournaments. And then for each individual tournament, they make a separate Discord server that you join to just sign up. It's free. and it's very easy and very intuitive once you just join the Challenger Cup server. Hold up, you didn't spell it correctly. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, someone did it. Oh, the round has started. Wonderful. Wonderful, we're gaming. Let's jump into King Totoro versus Bronas here for round number 1 of the Challenger Cup. Finally. Wait, what is this dual field? This is the moment where I ask... Oh, nice opening, Bronas. Nice turn 1. Is that dual field new? I feel like this is the moment where I ask if it's new and you guys tell me, no, it's been here since 15 years. It's one of the first ones. See, exactly. I don't remember, man. All right, Dormouse banishes Chessy Cat. There we have it, the first Maliss of the day. Up against a singular set card. We're gonna use Ash Blossom on the Chessy Cat just to prevent the draw 2. I doubt that's gonna be enough on its own to stop this. All right, where do you get this dual field? Because I actually want it, and I don't think I have it. Please enlighten me on how I can obtain it. It's in the shop. Oh, I thought someone said it's solo mode. Okay. The Desolate Temple for 600 gems. Okay, I'm probably gonna get that one. I like it. All right, before we commit anything else into this board, we are going to make a Splash Mage to try and bring back this Dormouse from the graveyard. Called by the Grave onto the Dormouse, though, is pretty good. The reason why you target the Dormouse here with Splash Mage is because if your opponent has a Bestial or something to banish it, you still bring it back because it was your normal summon. We haven't used the banished effect yet. But now, because it's called by the Grave, we're just paying 300 life points for nothing. I don't even know why you would activate it there. Maybe there's a reason for it that I'm missing right now. I don't know why we just paid 300 to pay 300. Now, Gold Sarcophagus is the extender here, so that is probably going to go after White Rabbit or March Hare. I suppose they both technically work and both get you into a rank 3. We're choosing March Hare here. Pay 300 to add itself back to the hand. Maybe we have a White Rabbit in hand already, and that's why we're doing this, because then you can now banish White Rabbit from hand for March Hare to get 2 bodies onto the field instantly. There it is. That's the White Rabbit. This is a line that is very, very fragile into a Nibiru the Primal Being here by Bronas, if they have it. Like a Nibiru here will most certainly hurt a lot before they can go into a rank 3. But if they are allowed to make a link 3 here, that'd be very, very powerful. No Nibiru. We are going to use a Fuvalos here, which is not quite as impactful. It's still decent. It's still like a good card to have here. But it is not going to be as good as a Nibiru distributing these monsters off. But I guess now is where we find out how far is King Totoro willing to go here. Because, I mean, Maliss definitely has the tools here to win. I think we can just do it with 1 summon as well, like Heart Scripter, I think. Heart Scripter should just be game, right? Because we have a battle phase. We go Heart Scripter, we attack. We banish Heart Scripter to activate GWC. Heart Scripter comes back with double attack points. Would already be game with just 1 summon. We link off all 3, however. For the Heart Scripter. Oh yeah, you do need to link off all 3. True. Yeah. Yep, and that's game. I always forget Cryptor is the one that needs three monsters, not just like a link 2 plus 1 monster. Yeah. All right, so the first game goes to Maliss. Not much to be done there for Bronas with the cards they've drawn. not much there to combat the onslaught of Maliss. The Mole Charmy tried its best, but only one draw, a little too late. And King Totoro is going to go up 1-0 here in our top 128. That's the thing with Challenger Cups now, as opposed to previously. They are no longer best of one Swiss rounds. They are now best of 3 top cut right away. So Bronas not out of it yet. Still able to come back potentially by just winning the next 2, because it is a best of 3 now. And also a reminder, for those of you that are maybe watching for the first time, the way this tournament works is every player submits 2 deck lists to the tournament. So, and they can switch between those decks whenever they want. So we've seen King Totoro on Maliss in the first game, but they could be switching to their second deck now if they want to. We obviously haven't seen much of Bronas's deck here, if anything. And we also don't know what second deck they have, so we'll see. Game 2. And now Bronas gets to decide first or second. They get to choose. And they do want to go first. Yeah. All right. 47 cards here for Bronas. Special summon Fenrir. Activate Sengen Jin. Okay, which kind of combo brew is this? We're not searching with Fenrir yet, presumably to respect Roland Lockbird. It could be Snake Eyes, could be Tearlaments, could be Crystron, I suppose. Haven't seen many people still play Snake Eyes after the Oak ban. Effect Veiler on Fenrir is a very interesting choice. Because that was most likely just going to search something that wouldn't do much this turn, right? The Unicorn in hand, unless you want to Tribute Summon it. But okay. Maybe we have more where that Effect Veiler came from. Do we have a monster to place for Weju Temple? Now it is worth noting that because we started, oh, it is Snake Eyes. Because we started with Fenrir, normally these Millennium lines, they make a zombie vampire on summon number 4. So it's not possible to Nibiru them before the zombie vampire. Because the Fenrir was one extra summon here, this zombie vampire is going to be summon number 5. So we could just Nibiru this right here and basically ruin all the efforts from Millennium and the Kashtira card. But there's no Nibiru on summon. We do get to activate the zombie vampire, but of course there is another Effect Veiler, which makes sense because I don't think they would have quote-unquote wasted the first one on the Fenrir if they didn't have more. But still, I don't know if I like Veilering the Fenrir still. But the zombie vampire, we're not going to find out what's in the box right here. And now we are going to make a Moon to pivot into the Fiendsmith cards. So maybe there is an Ash Blossom for this. Find out. There is not. There is something though. Okay, there's another Effect Veiler. I guess when you draw 3 Effect Veilers, you can be a little wasteful with them. You can afford to Veiler a Fenrir, I suppose, if you have 3 of them things. Alright, Fenrir IP Masquerena pass after getting Effect Veiler not once, not twice, but 3 times. Still a respectable board, to be honest with you. Let's find out if it's enough. I would guess that it's Blue Eyes at this point. And we have and we have infinite impermanence for the Masquerena. Okay, so just a Fenrir versus 2 cards in hand. Dora. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not like this. Not like this. Genroku. Nah. Okay, we're not out of it yet. We've got a Fenrir Banish and a Lacrima into a Fiendsmith Paradise setup. It seems like... I mean, the response window could also just be the Genroku, potentially. Can just tag into Pydra into Kaiman? Yes. Technically, I think the Tenpai wins here, depending on the card in hand. But I think it beats the Fenrir and the Requiem. Alright, Requiem tries to tag out. Here comes Lacrima the Crimson Tears, ready to send Fiendsmith in Paradise, but first we're going to resolve the Genroku to summon a Tenpai from the deck, and that is Pydra. Gonna add a Sangan spell trap. Lacrima triggers. Does Fenrir banish here? Is it worth it to banish with Fenrir? Not sure. We don't do it yet. Could still do it after Pydra resolves. We grab Sangan Summoning. There's Sangan Summoning. Activate effect. That's going to be Chundra. Discard the last remaining card, which was a Lancia. Special Chundra. But this loses now. This loses for a Tenpai. Oh, but he didn't see it. No, Fenrir on the field spell. Like, you trigger Paradise, you Fenrir the field spell, and you go Paradise into Desiree into send Chundra to grave, and then you have Pydra and Dora Dora, which is nothing unless they play Hita. They need to specifically be playing Hita. No, Hita into Hita into Promethean does do it then. Hita into Promethean would have done it. If you do the... Oh wait, they can't do it because they're locked into dragons. No, you had a guaranteed win. But this also works technically. Yeah. I don't know why Tenpai didn't go to battle phase quicker. They definitely should have. Because now... Is it game still? It could be, actually. It could still be game because the Biden is now here. You can attack, level 10, turn both into attack mode. Because they're on 4,000. Like, this could literally still be game. Because this is 1,800 already. This gets rid of the Lacrima. Oh, it's game. It's game. It's funny because it's like the way the cards were drawn, Tenpai should have won this game. Then I think the Tenpai players slipped and gave Bronas an opportunity to actually win it. But Bronas didn't see it, and so now Tenpai is winning again, which is what should have happened in the beginning. They threw it back and forth, and so now it's where it should have been. Yep. All right, and Bronas, this year's World Championship competitor, falls in the first round of Swiss to King Totoro, learning about the power of Maliss and Tenpai. Yeah, that's it. Let's go into table number 7 over here and see what's going on there. Now, the only thing is, I do not know the score here, so let me just let me reset the thingy. They could be in game 1, 2, or 3. Forgot the Genroku. It wasn't my win, I think. Yeah, you have to Fenrir the field spell, and Desiree sent the Chandra, and then it's just 2 non-tuners on the board. Ooh, Memento here. Okay. Dominus Impulse onto the Sleepy. However, they have the Fusion Engrave already, so that's not gonna cut it. I was like, if I have Fenrir Paradise here, it goes Hita, Revive Chandra, but doesn't work because Genroku. Yeah, I was having a similar train of thought, and then I also realized they can't make Hita. Yeah. All right, we're resolving Sleepy now to send one. Memento or Branded, which is the better fusion deck for this format? Oh, I think these two decks are very, very different from each other. Even though they're both fusion decks, I think it's... Honestly, I think it's a preference question. Like, there's people that are gonna always play Branded over Memento, and then there's people that are the exact opposite. Like, these two decks are... Even though they're both fusion decks, they couldn't be more different, I feel like, sometimes. I personally am on the Memento side in this discussion. I think I like Memento a little bit more. Ooh, a Chaos Hunter. Yeah, okay, I can already tell that it's the first it really is the first Challenger Cup after Maliss release, huh? We're using Chaos Hunter. Which is not that good against Memento, in case you didn't know. It is not that good. Can't use Memento Fusion to search. Yeah, it is true, but they also already did that this turn, so they don't need to do that anymore. Unironically, I think it may have been better to keep the Duster in hand. Because Duster is actually not bad against Memento, even though it is a combo deck, which typically you might think, oh, spell trap removal isn't great against it. But a big part of Memento's end board is the spell traps, or like not the traps, but like the spells and the field spell. And when you Duster, they can obviously chain them, but the best part about those spell cards is that you can use them whenever you want. Like being able to choose when you fuse, when you Bone Party, when you use the field spell is like the best part about the Memento end board. The Duster on its own, of course, doesn't auto-win. You need more than that, but it's not a bad card against Memento. Whereas the Chaos Hunter, honestly, I don't think the Chaos Hunter matters. Because they can just pop it with the Creation King, right? Ooh, a Royal Creation King. I want that. Give me that. The Gatic in hand? Yeah, classic. Classic. Memento. Like, there's one thing. I like Memento, but there's one thing that's like stopping Memento from being like one of my favorite decks. And that's the single fact that drawing this card makes it feel so terrible. Like, you can still play, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of hands that are fine with drawing Gatic, but there's also so many that like just absolutely hate drawing it. I guess the Chaos Hunter does make some things a little bit more awkward here for Memento. For example, cannot use this right now to search for the field spell. And also cannot SP to dodge a Nibiru. So if they have the Chaos Hunter paired with a Nibiru here, it's honestly not that bad. It really is not that bad. If they have Nib. Ooh, they're playing into it as well. They're bringing back the combined creation right now. If they have Nibiru and they can't dodge with SP... Oh, they do... Okay, after. This is bold. You're popping it after? What if they had Nibiru? Impulse? Ah, I always forget. I always get so hyped up about Nibiru and then there's... I always... my bad. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. I always forget about this. Playing around Nibiru is so ingrained in my brain as a Yu-Gi-Oh player that like I ignore Dominus Impulse. I'm like, I have to play around Nibiru. I have to respect Nibiru. What if they have it? Always. No, but you're right, of course. Why? I don't know why. There's just like certain habits you develop as a Yu-Gi-Oh player when certain cards are very popular for a long time that it's just really hard to turn it off, right? It's like very often I still attack with the smallest monster first because of Gorse. The last time people played Gorse is like 15 years ago and it's still in my brain to not attack with the biggest monster first. Okay, discarding Duster makes a lot of sense when you have Heavy Storm, I guess. This has to be another Tenpai, right? Because when I saw Dominus Impulse, I was like, maybe it's Maliss, but I think it's just Tenpai. Playing around columns from Mekk-Knights? Yeah. Every once in a while, when I make an end board, I still don't put my set card in the same column as my monsters just because. It's like, no one's been playing Mekk-Knights for 5 years or something, but I still do that. I mean, Relinquished Anima is fine to play around, I think. I think Relinquished Anima is like relevant enough for some decks, even though it's like mostly rogue decks. But like playing around Anima makes sense. Well, yeah, maybe in like 5 years, people are gonna make fun of you for playing around Anima. They're gonna call you Unk like they do to me. I don't know if Memento can survive this. I also don't know why we didn't use SP Little Knight at all. It was a weird turn 1, I think. Because they were hit by that Chaos Hunter. I mean, they got impulsed and could still play through it. Then they were hit with Chaos Hunter, which technically shouldn't have mattered, but somehow it did. Because I feel like post Chaos Hunter, they didn't really achieve the maximum they could have achieved. They got Mace instead of King. Yeah. Yeah, I think this one was a little weird. Does Tenpai? I mean, surely Tenpai has a way to win here, right? You're gonna do a decent chunk of damage over the Anguish. Then you go ahead and destroy your... You destroy your Transcendent Dragon with Trident Dragion, and then you just pop the creation. It's definitely enough. Here's the thing. Here's a rule of thumb that you guys can remember. Whenever Tenpai gets to the battle phase and is starting to pop off, whenever you ask yourself, hey, is this really enough damage? The answer is always yes. Never in my life since Tenpai has come out, they went to the battle phase and I was like, I wonder if they have enough damage here. The answer was always, yeah, they do. They were never like, oh, 500 short. Because Tenpai either... Here's the thing. Tenpai either does 0 damage to you or 20,000. I mean, Kui Belt makes it easier as well, but it was game without Kui Belt as well, yeah. But this is even more damage than what I was saying. Not that it matters how much damage you do, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tenpai is here to stay in Master Duel. If they don't do anything further about Tenpai is gonna be here for a while. How was it game without Kui Belt? You make Transcendent Dragon, then you make Trident Dragion, pop Transcendent, bring back Transcendent, and then it pops the creation. And then you have a Trident that can attack twice, and a Transcendent that attacks for 3,000 again. I was nervous and I'm new to Memento. No, it's very understandable. It's all good. I don't blame you for not playing Memento optimally when you just picked it up. That is completely normal. It's unfortunate that Tenpai is a very punishing deck in these sort of instances, right? Like, I feel like the end board you made with Memento would have probably been just fine against basically any other deck in the game that isn't Tenpai, but they had like they were playing Tenpai and had like the hand that punishes your end board pretty well. And I don't know if even if the SP Little Knight activates there, I don't even know if you live that turn. But it's with Memento, it's all about just learning, right? It's as long as you take away something from your losses, I think it's all good. All right, let me quickly check. There's still a little bit of time left. Let me see if there is a match still going in the thingy. Yeah, okay. We've got Agorni against Matrix here at table 13. White Rabbit, set MTP07, activate Maliss and Underground. Dormouse effect, banish Chessy Cat. MTP, banish White Rabbit. Search March Hare. So this is summon number 4. We get the Chessy draw for March Hare, draw 2. Activate March Hare, add back. New soundtrack. Oh yeah, I don't think I've listened to the Dino Field soundtrack. I like it. Appaloosa. Now March Hare, banish Red Ransom. This is going to be Splash Mage, I think. There are soundtracks in Macedul. You mean to tell me the video game has music? Alright, White Binder, Appaloosa, set 4, 3 cards in hand. Into the Void. Into the Void again. Come on, a third time. They actually had it. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Engage, called by the grave. And they actually beat this Maliss board. Afterburner to out the Appaloosa and the set card. Draw 1 off the engage. 6 card talents to draw 2. I feel like they're 1 Lightning Storm away from greatness. Ultimate Slayer. Can banish their own White Binder here, draw a card. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Can also banish a bunch of the spells out of the graveyard now, but they have way more than enough. Alright. Called by the grave onto the Garura. I guess you're not going to get a better use out of it if it really is Tenpai, unless you can hit a Genroku with it, potentially, but... Don't want him to draw a card. That was spicy. That was very spicy. Come on, it was. I know it's Tenpai that's doing it, but that was cool, wasn't it? They just drew 4 cards. They drew 4 cards off of the Appaloosa. That was crazy. They are now locked into fires, which, oh no. That was a crazy win, I'm not gonna lie. That burning draw? God. You know what? I respect that. I respect that. Dude, the meteor coming down at the end, just destroying their field? Okay, this field is based. Man, that was crazy. Okay. Seems like all the matches in the room have finished. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the first round of the tournament. The top 128. We will be returning with the top 64 in just a few minutes. So, It's going to be a short break. Just going to be gone for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to hop right into the next round of our tournament. Hope everyone's having a good time so far, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, duelists, break time is over. We are back with the Challenger Cup. We are headed into the top 64. 64 duelists remain. After this round, it's only going to be 32. So let us check in with table 2 here. We've got Max 4K against Jord. Let's start from the beginning. They have just started. In this first game in this best of 3 match. All right, we see Jord selecting going first here. We've got 40 versus 40. And a gold sarcophagus. All right, now when they're going first in the gold sarcophagus is usually a Maliss card. And it is a Dormouse, banishing a white rabbit. I mean, so far, it's hard to deny the presence of Maliss in this tournament for sure. We actually have seen it lose more than we've seen it win today, though. Is the funny part. Bestial Magnamud banishing this Dormouse to put the third monster onto the board so we can make a Maliss Link 3. And Red Ransom activates on summon, as well as Link Decoder to summon itself back from the graveyard. And this is where we can make an Appaloosa before then activating Maliss in Underground. We just banish... Okay, banishing Ransom with Maliss in Underground means we probably don't play or drew Maliss in the Mirror. I guess we could have drawn it. But I do think most people do play Maliss in the Mirror, right? Maybe we're banishing it to draw 2 now? No, just March here. And Max has seen enough, unfortunately. Don't think they can beat the Maliss board, so they're just gonna scoop it up here and get us into a quick game 2. I mean, it is tough. If you open No Way to Interrupt Maliss, it is tough to beat the entire board with depending on the deck, but like most decks struggle against it. All right. Players back for a second game. This time Max can go first if they want to. I got insight, drew every Orchist. Ooh, Orchist. Okay. Hold up. Wait, I remember Max. I feel like we've watched them play Orchist in previous Challenger Cups. Are they still on the Orchist game plan? Well, first off, we got Fenrir. Playing Orchist right now, especially in Master Duel Ranked, must be scary when everyone is playing Lancia to counter Maliss. Ash Blossom for the Imseti. That's not pleasant. We do not like losing out on those 2 cards from the Imseti here. Do we have a play regardless? We have our own Maliss in Underground. Wait, I've been lied to. It's Ashtira Horus Maliss? I guess that's one way to make it consistent. Chessie Cat is summoned. Activates the effect. Banish Dormouse. Draw 2. This is not even with a... We haven't even normal summoned yet. Maybe this is their secondary deck that they only pick when they know they can go first. So it's like packed with a bunch of engines just to make sure your deck is consistent when you get to go first. Just like Kashtira's, Horus, strongest engine in the game, which is Maliss, Knight. There's still Orchist. Okay, well that. And by jamming this many engine into one deck and trying to do Maliss things and Kashtira things and Orchist things, we have now played into a Nibiru. But maybe we can extend further. We haven't normal summoned yet. Foolish Burial. Okay. Okay. There's Orchist Harp Horror. Gets Bestialed and it's Baldrake. Oh no, they're not in for a good time. They are not in for a good time. I mean, yeah, I too like opening Ash Blossom, Nibiru, and Baldrake. And March Share was it with a Maliss? Okay, yeah, alright, come on. Come on. Nah. Stop. Now you're just being unreasonable. Now you're just being unreasonable. That's not okay. You've built a bigger board than your opponent. You built a bigger board than your opponent. How? You know why it's funny? Is because Maliss alone, I'm pretty sure, would have not lost to Nibiru. It's because they were trying to make their pet deck, which is Orchist, work together with Maliss, is why they had to play into the Nibiru. I gave him the monster. Yeah, the only monster they managed to have on the board is one that you gave to him, yeah. MTP 7. Wait, you had MTP 7 and didn't set it? Couldn't you have chained it to the Nibiru? And gotten like a normal summon? I feel like there's no way this should have lost to Nibiru. The only lose con was that we're trying to do Orchist combo. All right, you know, I respect the Orcust hustle, but I do think Maliss is gonna take this one. And this is the second game of the series, so I think we're gonna lose Max here with the Orcust deck. But it's not. We've seen him go deep in these tournaments with Orcust before. It's definitely happened, but this one is not the one. Maliss takes him down with, I mean, phenomenal hand for going second. Ash, Nibiru, Baldrake, March Hare, and White Rabbit is a hand that you can lose to any day. That happens. GG's, not much to do. Oh yeah, it was not. Oh, I forgot to update the score. Yes, it was not game 1. Let's check in with Nicky Boy and Leo over here on table 1. Selecting first. Normal summon Chessy Cat gets ashed on it. Link 1. Do we have Bestial or March Hare to extend or the field spell? There's plenty of ways. There's Magnemute. That is arguably the best one, but they have their own Magnemute. Now, this does not stop Maliss from playing here, because you can still go for Splash Mage, but it does make the line weaker, because instead of getting like the Appaloosa and everything, if you have to make a Link 2 here with the Link Decoder, that's not ideal. It plays, but it's a lot worse than what it could have been. Right? So Chessy Cat returns. Now we Nibiru. They chain Max C. It's a good Nibiru for sure. Draws 2 cards for it though, and draws Maliss in Underground. That's like the one card that does it here. And Dominus Impulse to counter. Dude, both of these are just throwing custom hands at each other. These are just like the hands, you know? Magnemute in the end phase resolves to grab Druisworm. Druisworm banish Chessy Cat in the end phase, which draws them another card. I don't know if they remember that. Normal summon Dormouse. Banish March Hare effect. Another Maxi. I wonder if that's the card they drew off of the Druisworm. I really wonder. Well, I feel like you gotta go in here. I feel like giving them another turn is not an option, but the problem is you also know they have a Magnemute in hand already. Wait, how does Link Decoder interact with Dark? If you steal the Link Decoder, they get it. If this card is sent to the grave as a material for the Cyber's Link monster with 20 or more attack, yeah, if you link it off into a Maliss... Wait, no, you can't make a Maliss with it. But if you make something with it that is a Cyber's, they can technically bring it back. Yeah, it's not looking great for Leo over there, I think, because we're giving way too many cards to the opponent, I feel. But I guess we're kind of desperate. We're making an Appaloosa relatively early here to potentially counter stuff that's happening later. But is that really going to be enough? All right, March Hare, Dormouse. There's Nibiru. And they couldn't use Appo because of Dominus Impulse. The Appo was just a bluff. And here's the Lancia. All right. All right. Okay. You win. You win. You are the better Maliss duelist. You are definitely the better Maliss duelist. Yep. 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 All right. Nicky Boy wins game 1. Actually, let me check if it was game 1. Maybe it was game 2 already. It was game 2, actually. It was game 2, I think. Yeah. It's 1-1. Interesting. Yeah. So they are headed into the last game of the series now, with Leo having the ability to choose first or second. Let's see it. They're selecting second. Okay. Predicting Tenpai maybe, or playing Tenpai themselves. One of the two. Ooh, did they get it right? Is it Tenpai? It feels like it a little bit, right? With how long they're thinking. It feels like they were caught off guard here. It is Tenpai. They made the right call. What a ballsy move. They called them out. They're like, you seem like a Tenpai duelist. You can go first. I like that. Ash on Genroku. Set 1. And pass. The counter Lancia though onto the Maliss in Underground. Hold by the grave on Lancia, mini gamer. Chain Kaiman. Chain Impulse. Did you really draw Ash Impulse called by Maliss in Underground? After sending your opponent first with Tenpai? This is cruelty. This is everything you could ask for. And more. There's a Charmy though. Oh, are we pushing into the Charmy? Seems like it. How many summons under the Charmy do we even have to give though? It feels like maybe one Heart Scripter can do it. Like set a trap here, then do a normal summon, and then just Heart Scripter, maybe? You would need a normal summon for it though, because we haven't normal summoned yet. So if we go into a Splash Mage here, that's going to be more summons. And it also means that because Heart Scripter needs 3 monsters, we can't make Heart Scripter here. So without a normal summon, you're not getting into Heart Scripter regardless. Okay, special summon Code of Soul, which we could have just normal summoned this and not go for Splash Mage. Okay. You can activate this effect once this turn if you link summon a Salamangreat Link monster. You can also use a Salamangreat Link monster with the same name as the entire material. I don't think that's gonna happen this turn. Now we're making Red Ransom as well. Not going for the Heart Scripter play. Banishing the Red Ransom for MTP7 instead. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what we're playing around here. Maybe we're playing around Dominus Impulse in the battle phase? But there is a Dominus Impulse, but that is also really hurtful right here. Right? This is also pretty bad. Marchair. But Marchair here is only 1 link material on the field because both of the Maliss in the grave have already been banished. We banish Maliss in the Mirror from hand to get a search off of it, sure. I guess we can still win, maybe? So we're gonna normal summon Jessie Cat. Can Heart Scripter banish itself with the effect to banish a... Is it banish 1 card on the field or banish 1 other card on the field? Why are we making a link decoder? And why what but okay. I mean, we can't get nibbed anymore. Like because Impulse, this time I remember. We also can't get Lancead because it's under Called By and after Impulse. So like the only thing that they can really still draw is like Ash Blossom and Imperm, I guess, if they play those. But I don't know what's like, I don't know what's why we're not just going for the Heart Scripter one. So Jessie Cat comes back. And this is still not game. But now we can make Heart Scripter. Surely now we're making Heart Scripter. Surely now is the time to make Heart Scripter. I mean, technically, we can also just go battle phase and GWC for game. That also works. Cannot even bell. Yeah, but they could like... They could, maybe throw a Bestial in the way. Is that enough? Druid Worm prevents it, right? Druid Worm makes him survive. Nope, no Druid Worm. Alright. And Maliss takes down Tenpai after... I will say this again. This is not like they didn't just get lucky that Tenpai went first. They did make a read on the opponent and say, I think you're going to bring Tenpai to game 3, so I'm going to send you first. All right. And that brings them on to the top 32. There's time left still, and let's see what game is still running. We have Erves versus Samoti. Now, once again, for this one, ignore the score on the screen because I don't know if the score is actually 1-1 for this one. We're jumping in relatively late into the round, so it could very well be 1-1, but I don't know for sure. All right, let's see it. Dormouse, once again. Chain Fuvalos. This is an interesting choke point to use your Fuvalos. Here's the mind game that was played right there. Here's the mind game that was played in that moment, right? Normally, you wouldn't want to chain the Molcharmi because they're trying to summon something from the banished pile, right? That summon is not going to give you a draw off of the Molcharmi Fuvalos. Here's the thing. It's a mind game because what could be a reason to Molcharmi so early when your opponent is not even trying to special summon from deck or extra deck right now? Well, your opponent might think, hey, they might have Maxi alongside it because you usually want to use the Charmy first and then the Maxi after to see if your opponent has Ash Blossom or Called by the Grave. So you're basically saying like, here, I'm using this Molcharmi at a moment where I wouldn't normally use it because I'm trying to set up a Maxi afterwards, which sometimes makes it so that even if you don't have Maxi, your opponents lets through the Molcharmi because it's like the lesser evil kind of thing. Because they're like, if I now Called by or Ash Blossom this Charmy and they chain Maxi, it is far worse for me, right? Whereas if you let the White Rabbit hit the field and then you drop the Charmy, your opponent is like, well, you know what? If they had Maxi, they probably would have done this earlier when I was special summoning the White Rabbit from Banished. So I feel more comfortable using my Ash Blossom on the Molcharmi now because I don't think they have the Maxi, right? And so that can give you a little bit of an edge with the Molcharmis because your opponent might not actually negate them even though they have one Ash Blossom or one Called by the Grave. All right, Bell on the field spell is not bad here. But it will not stop the full combo necessarily. It does make it more awkward though later. March here. Summon number 4. Summon number 5 Link Decoder. This is a dangerous Link Decoder. Ooh, the self-droll. The self-droll is powerful here. Ooh, Druis Worm onto the Link Decoder. Banish March here. But we've already specialed it from hand. This might be the end of the turn. We can, I mean, yeah, okay, you can activate GWC. Banish this. You're not going to draw a card off of it, though. You're not going to draw a card off of the White Binder. You can make Splash Mage. Or just Apo pass. Okay. Apo March Hare. Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad, actually. Apo March Hare pass is not the worst. But still, decent setup here. Flurry. Discard Flurry. Probably just going to be an Apo. Yep. Baldrake. A good Maxi, as it usually tends to be a pretty good card. Genroku, however, it was Tenpai. Diamond? Oh, okay. End phase. This is not looking good for Tenpai. Ooh, the story of today's Challenger Cup really is Maliss versus Tenpai, huh? It really is the story, isn't it? Ooh. Yeah, one Genroku I don't think is gonna make you survive here. The card in hand needs to do some heavy lifting. But it doesn't seem like it does. There's Heart Scripter. Genroku tags out, gets ashed as well. Okay, alright. Alright. They are down to 200 life points. Reset GWC to gain some life points. Talents. Look at the last card they have. You're taking it away. Fiendsmith Engraver. Goodbye. End phase. Okay. Hold up. Draw. No. Imperm onto the white blinder. Haggard Lizardos. Banish Chessy Cat. We don't have that many activations because we're so low on life. We're just doing 3,000 damage here. Why is this game so close? Red Ransom. Maliss in the Mirror. That should cover for top decks, right? I don't know what they can draw here. I don't think they play the spell version. So it doesn't feel like they can do like some sort of miracle. Yep, and they just pass. Surely now it's enough. Normal summoned roll. Access code. Yep, that is 5300 unless there's another imperm. There isn't. What a weird game that was. But Maliss takes it from Tenpai here. Maliss takes it from Tenpai. I don't know if this was game 3, however. Samoti. Can't see all the replays from this round. It's been too many. I think it was game 3, if I had to guess. Let's jump into Michael versus Doll over here on table 12. Dia Bellstar makes an appearance. Okay. We've seen Bronas on Snake Eye earlier, but they were eliminated immediately in top 128. So we'll see if Michael is doing better with it right now. Snake Eye Ash. It is Fire Kings. So we're going to be normal summoning out Ponix here. That's based. Grab Sanctuary. Activate Sanctuary for Island. Island destroy Ponix and get Garunix. Destroy Arvata and get back that Ponix from the graveyard. Tag out Ponix and Ash into Flamberge. Link 2 or Moon. So Fiendsmith is in here as well. So it is much more of a pile deck than actual Fire King, but we've got a little bit of everything, just good stuff basically. Requiem. Make a Link 1 with Ponyx, just to get Linkaribo in the graveyard, I suppose. And then we are going to make a sequence. So here's the question. Do we just use the sequence as a way to make Appaloosa? Do we make a rank 6? We don't make Desiree. Summons out Engraver. Not Caesar. Instead, we make Promethean Princess first. And here's the Arvata. Now we are somewhat insulated from a Nibiru, the Primal Being. Amblo Whale. Bring back Engraver. Okay, so is it Caesar, Arvata, plus Fire King setup? No, we link it off. Into IP Masquerena. Okay, fair enough. Maybe we don't have room for Caesar in the extra deck. Set 1 pass. Alright. You know what? Manageable. Depending on the deck. No longer manageable depending on the deck. Manageable. It's funny because IP is also now worse because IP into SP does no longer work. Which normally IP Masquerena is a really good disruption against Fire King. IP against Memento. IP into SP is really annoying for Memento to deal with. Now it's just IP into, I guess, an Appaloosa at some point, which can be just as annoying, to be honest. The thing is, Memento is very well known for playing some board breakers, right? Like it would not be unusual to see Memento play Forbidden Droplet, Super Poly. There you go. This is not a bad droplet. Negating the Arvata and the IP Masquerena at the same time, potentially pitching an extra normal summon. Just for 1 though. For 1 is interesting. Chain Skyburn is pretty powerful here. It makes me wonder how many other spell cards they have in hand, because I think chaining the droplet and sending a spell and a monster would have been very good here. But okay. The droplet is going to resolve, and that's now still going to negate the Amblo Whale. Why didn't we negate the IP Masquerena? What? Okay. We may have clicked a button. Chain Sleepy. Personally, there's no reason to not negate this IP Masquerena. I'm telling you right now, there's no way. Sleepy effect diffuse. Now we just activate Garunix, but maybe even also activate IP Masquerena anytime soon. Just make a big Appaloosa. Probably even before this Promethean resolves, because then we're locked into fires. We don't want that. But I guess we'll find out. Chain Bone Party. Now their hand was cooking, right? Okay, Ash Blossom is good. Now we chain IP. We might just lose to this Appaloosa now. This is a big Appaloosa. 3 materials. Bone Party gets destroyed, gets negated. Witch gets destroyed by Promethean. Garunix destroys Kirin. Can Sleepy resolve? No. Yeah, okay. And now we can activate Sleepy, which is technically good. But there's an Appaloosa that we basically gave to them. And there's no way to counter it. Yeah, okay. That was weird. But Fire King takes down Memento here in the top 64. I hope everyone is having a phenomenal time so far. We're going to go on a very, very short break, hopefully, until the top 32. I think most of the matches, if not all of them, are finished. So it should not be a long break. And I'll see you guys for the top 32 in just a few minutes. All right, gamers, assemble again for the top 32 of today's Challenger Cup. And we are going to be joining table 6 over here, DGZO versus Samo. Actually, you know what? We've just spectated Samoti in top 64. Let's go table 7. Morosaki against David. Let's showcase some players we haven't seen today so far. And maybe we can check in with the other table in a second. I love that Anguage image. Players in Challenger Cups this season are going to be competing for playmats with Anguage on it, so I think it's pretty hype. Normal summon Sleepy Effect, chain Max C, but we chain a Memento Fusion to it, so we're not going to be able to negate the Max C here, but we can maybe give them less draws for it. We've drawn Gatic, Certified Memento Classic, Make Creation King, Maxi resolves. We are not forced to resolve the Sleepy Effect because we don't have another Memento in hand. And then we're going to go Creation King, send 3. So we're going to be sending Anguish, Combined Creation, and Akihiron. We have enough to bring back the Combined Creation, but to be honest, if we do that, we have nothing else left in the graveyard. So it doesn't seem ideal to be doing that. Honestly, it might just be an end phase angle. It might be end phase, set Memento Fusion, and pass. Okay, we activate Memento Fusion though. Which is weird, because that's going to force us to do a lot of special summoning. We get Bone Party here, but like, are we going to trigger Akihiron, Field Spell? We have to trigger something. Because if we trigger nothing, we don't even have something to destroy. So we're going to activate Akihiron to bring itself back. Sure, one draw I guess is fine. You can still activate Bone Party, destroy Akihiron to search. You don't have to summon with it. Probably send Bone Party instead of Combined here. I tend to agree. I think sending Bone Party was good there too, but it's all weird. Maxi is really good against Memento. We can maybe still piece together a somewhat decent end board, because now what's gonna happen is Akihiron can add back Fusion. Memento Miklan can reset Bone Party in the end phase, and for one more summon we can bring back Combined Creation. So like, this is still like a decent amount of interruptions. Right, so Akihiron, add back Fusion, reset Bone Party, and then summon out Combined Creation is like still a decent amount. We're gonna have to shuffle back almost everything though for the Combined Creation. We can leave either just the Creation King or just the Anguish. Probably just the Creation King. Which is honestly okay. It's an okay end board, but it also depends a lot on what the opponent is playing. All right, shuffle him back. There's the Combined Creation, and we did leave the Creation King in the graveyard to be revived. Off of it, Bone Party reset. And it is Voiceless Voice. You know what? This might just work against Voiceless Voice. Even though they're on 7 cards, there's a world where this is okay. Never mind. The world is over. The world is no longer there. Yeah, no, that's Oh god. Oh, come on. Stop it. Stop it. You've hurt them enough. Maxi, Super Poly, and Perch against this setup? No, Nope, 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 nope. Oh no. All right, I guess that answers my question that I was about to ask, which is how is Voiceless Voice here in top 32? But I guess they're showing me why right now. It is only game one, though. Even if Voiceless Voice ends up taking this one, most likely, they still need to win another game to advance to the top 16. But I still want to say I'm pretty impressed by just bringing Voiceless Voice this far. I mean, we started at top 128, and we are now in top 32, which means they have already won 2 matches with their lineup. Maybe we'll find out what the other deck on the lineup is, but for now, Voiceless Voice wins game 1, going second against Memento here, with a little bit of help from Maxi and Super Polymerization, but alas, gotta draw some good non-engine sometimes. And that is game number 1 in the books. And Murasaki takes the lead. Waiting for players to set up for game number 2 here. Once again, a reminder, every duelist has brought 2 decks to this tournament, so they could switch to a different deck now if they wanted to. Maybe they got something that's better into Voiceless Voice because it has like Bystials and such. Or you just want to play a different deck for going first or going second respectively. We are going to see Murasaki going second here, David going first as they lost the previous game. And we are retrying to win that Memento Anguish playmat with the Memento and Anguish. Normal summon Anguish, grab Sleepy. Activate the horse. No Maxi this time around. And the horse does not resolve. Or maybe it does. Imperm first. The Imperm resolves, so the horse does not. Do we have a way to summon that Sleepy from hand? We need a way to destroy a Memento. Otherwise, this is not going to do much. Maybe we play Fiendsmith, I guess. Some Memento decks have been doing that for exactly this scenario. So that when you get Impermed on the horse, you can just make Moon. SP. Is it SP pass? It's SP pass against 1 Imperm. Oh no. SP pass, 5 cards in hand. This could be a quick one for Memento. You gotta feel for him. Under Maxi in game 1 when they had like a really... The game 1 hand could have popped off like crazy. And they were under Maxi, and in game 2, their hand is not that crazy, and they get hit with Imperm. Preparation of Rites. So it is likely, it's likely Voiceless again, but Preparation of Rites even in Voiceless is not that, like, popular, is it? They play pre-prep a lot of the times, but I don't know about prep. Oh, it's because it's Ohime. Okay, it's just a different ritual deck. It's Mikanko now. Okay. Hold up. threw me a curveball there. I thought it was just going to be the same ritual deck as in game 1, but it turns out they're just big ritual fans. And they have like a different ritual deck for every occasion. All right, now here's the thing. Depending on what kind of Mikanko deck this is, right? Because of course there's very, very different Mikanko versions out there. Sometimes you just want to go second and win immediately. Sometimes you want to go first and do like an Isold combo. I would guess this one is more like the going second variety, which would make this situation a little bit weird, you know, because Mikanko does kind of rely on there being a card on your opponent's side of the field that you can attack into, which there won't be because we're going to be returning this SP Little Knight with the Arabesque. So I guess we'll see what kind of game plan they have for this situation when the opponent has no monster that you can crash your stuff into. I guess we'll find out if they have a plan for this. Fire Dance. I guess that does work, right? That gives your opponent a monster. We can give them a Tatsuno Toshigo in defense mode. That's 1600 defense at least. Guess we'll find out. That could work. It's funny how we started this tournament with a lot of Maliss and Tenpai, which is what you would expect from this tournament, but maybe you would expect it like in the later rounds. And now we're starting to hit the later rounds of the tournament, and now is when we get to see Mikanko and Voiceless Voice and Memento. And it's starting to go like all over the place. It's very enjoyable, honestly. We are making Fortune Tune. Battle Phase. Okay, so apparently if there is no big monster on the opponent's side of the field here, we can't win. So we're settling for a 4-material Zeus. Ooh, the Charmy in the battle phase, however, is gonna make that Zeus look a lot worse, because we're gonna give them not only 1 but 2 draws if we want to make the Downward Magician in between to make it a 4-material Zeus. So that Fuba is actually looking pretty good here. Ooh, we have a Ghost Bell for the Fire Dance. All right, not bad, not bad. All right, that's been countered. Now, can we afford to give them 2 draws for Zeus? I would tend to say yes. I think Zeus is so good against the deck. I would even go as far as to say an additional Zeus activation is worth an additional card in your opponent's hand when you're up against Memento. But okay, we settle for a 3-material Zeus, just giving 1 draw to the Fuvalos. Fair enough. 4 cards in hand to beat 1 Zeus. We know one of the cards in hand is Sleepy, and they start with normal summoning Sleepy. Okay, here is where you make an interesting call. How many Memento names do you think they have in hand? Because if it's just 1, you can just Zeus this Sleepy, and they won't be able to resolve it. However, if you Zeus this now and they have 2 Mementos in hand, they can still make the Twin Burst and basically do everything. So this is a huge call that they're making here, saying like, you don't have 2 Memento names in hand, so I'm going to take away your Sleepy and you won't be able to fuse. Oh, but they do have 2. They drew so many normal summons, and this is going to resolve into a Twin Dragon. Maybe we have a counter for the Twin Dragon? No. Oh, this is rough now. This is rough now. This is very rough. Twin Dragon adds Horse and Combined Creation. Twin Dragon in the graveyard is going to be able to revive something that we haven't used yet. There's the Mace. Mace can now search the Fusion spell, and Talents is activated. Okay, this was a very fun match, and there's no more disruption in hand. So this will be Memento's game if they just play it out properly. And what a twist! What a twist of events. This was very entertaining to watch. The SP pass somehow was good enough. And they see the writing on the wall. We're getting a game 3 between these two. All right, now here's the thing, right? Murasaki here, the lineup is Voiceless Voice, which is typically a deck that's pretty good at going first, but not that good at going second. And Mikanko, which, as it seems, is a purely built for going second deck, right? They get to decide on whether they want to go first or second now. What do? Do you just pick Voiceless and say, I'm gonna go first? Or do you maybe throw your opponent, like try to throw them off by making them first and just play the Mikanko deck again? I don't know. I guess that's also on David to decide what they expect now from this game number 3, but it is definitely exciting to see what they choose. My personal guess is it's going to be Voiceless and they're going to go first. I think that is usually the safer approach if you don't know. Maybe if you know that David's second deck is Tenpai, maybe then you go like, okay, let's see if they bring Tenpai and just send them first. But as long as you don't know that, which so far they haven't shown the second deck, it's only been Memento so far. You don't really want to send Memento first, I think, if you think they might play that again. Especially because Voiceless Voice is like pretty good into stuff like the Mold Charmies, so you don't have to worry about that too much. All right, let's see it. Can the Ritual Enjoyer go into the top 16? They are going first. So it is Voiceless Voice. And they start with pre-preparation of rites. Grabbing Prayers and Skull Guardian. And they can activate the Prayers. Distributing Soravis. Summon the Skull Guardian. So no low in hand, no low access, it seems. But Skull Guardian will be able to search it if they resolve it. Which they do. There's low. Okay. Normal summon low. The Skull Guardian negate is now online. It is not the best opener, but it will do. You know, it's fine. We got there. So there's Barrier. Barrier is going to add a Voiceless Voice card. That's going to be Saphira. Interesting. Not going for another one of the continuous cards here. Either the I forgot the name of the other one. Is it Blessings? The other continuous spell for Voiceless? I know this one's Barrier. I feel like the other one is called Blessings. I know the trap is Radiant. It is Blessings. Okay, yeah. Thought so. Alright, we're performing another ritual summon. We are exposing the low here to a potential Bestial, which is scary. But there seems to be no Bestial. Because there was a short time window there where the Skull Guardian negate was offline. But we get rewarded here because we get the Soravis onto the board. Which is a pretty powerful card to have, actually. So... Not the strongest setup that Voiceless Voice is capable of producing, but still pretty good, I would say. Also, notably, we are choosing not to make Dynamondo, which is something that Voiceless Voice usually does, or often does, but it does play into cards like Cult by the Grave a lot. So once again, we are trying to win the Anguish playmat with normal summon Anguish. And Voiceless Voice thinking about how to interact with this. Now, we have seen a couple of things about this Memento deck earlier. We've seen that they play Forbidden Droplet, which is a pretty good card against Voiceless Voice. So that could be a thing here. And in general, you know, I mean, Super Poly would have probably been used already. That would be one of the better cards against this setup. But Anguish searching Tatsuno Toshigo. And Tatsuno activates in hand here. No Max C. That's also very important. For trying to play into this board. Definitely under Max C. That's going to be very tough. But no Max C so far. Which probably means there's no Max C. And there is a droplet. That is so good. All right, what are we sending? How many? The Skull Guardian is attempting to negate the Tatsuno here. We sent the field spell, not an ideal draw, but okay. For 2 here. Droplet for 2, and it does resolve. So we're going to be negating the Skull Guardian and the Saravis. The Tatsuno to Shigo resolves, destroying itself. Now sending mementos from deck to grave up to level 5 total, and that's usually Gatic plus Sleepy, which it also is here. Called by the grave is massive here if they have it, but there is no called by. So the Gatic hits the field and tries to bring back the Sleepy here. So that also resolves. Okay, what is set then? What are the set cards here for Voiceless Voice? We didn't see them at the Voiceless Voice trap card. It's presumably not called by the grave, I would say. Maybe not Imperm either, because I feel like this was a pretty good Imperm target, or like chaining Imperm to the droplet to negate the horse. Like, what are these face downs? It's gotta be Super Poly again, right? I guess. We saw that in game 1. I'm sure David has not forgotten about that Super Poly because it was massive in the first game. It really was massive in the first game. So maybe it's that. We'll find out, I guess. Could be Purge. It could be Purge. However, I feel like you purge the Anguish at the start then. But okay, Creation King here is being summoned. And at the moment, that cannot be super polyed. It's very worth noting here that this is in the graveyard, which is a massive deal here. It's actually very, very unfortunate for Memento that, like, whenever they draw this card, it becomes so much weirder to play into boards, because normally you make this thing and it gets you the field spell for free, which makes it harder for them to like destroy your stuff, and you have like guaranteed follow-up because you can set the spells in the end phase and so on. But because it's in the graveyard now, we're gonna have to jump through some weird hoops to get it back, and we might not even be able to prioritize that. We might have to just leave it there, which is very annoying. All right, we're gonna try to destroy one of these face downs, not even both. It was a super poly, but here's the thing. Here is the big question. What's the other set? Is it just a duplicate super poly? Is it a bluff? Because there's a lot of cards you know it's not. You know it's not Imperm. You know it's not Called By. You know it's not the Voiceless Trap. But then what is it? Right? It's gotta be another super poly. Or a bluff. Or it's... Okay, it is Dominus Purge and they decided not to purge the Anguish at the start. Sure, fair enough. That was the only other alternative, I suppose. Which is potentially still good here, actually. But we already have enough to bring out the combined creation from the graveyard. Not purging Talon's Draw 2. Yeah, they held on to the purge for very, very long. I think purging, like, the reason why I think purging on Anguish is correct, like, because normally, right, the The card that is most commonly compared to Dominus Purge is obviously Ash Blossom because they work very similarly. But against Memento in particular, they're different because you cannot hold Purge for Tatsuno Toshigo's field effect, right? Because that one does not add. So normally you hold Ash for the Tatsuno Toshigo field effect because that's just where it's usually more impactful. You can't do that with Purge, so I think I like purging the language to just hope they don't have the horse in hand, right? All right, we are taking advantage here of the ability of Combined Creation to attack everything, but we are not winning the game this turn. We haven't really reached a strong setup yet, and Voice's Voice does have barrier on the field, and if there is one thing that Voice's Voice is good at, it's follow-up usually. Voice's Voice is a deck with very strong follow-up. It does not make the strongest boards, but it has very, very solid follow-up if you can just keep some of your continuous cards around. We'll see. We ashed the barrier though. That's good. Probably was drawn for a turn or off of the talents because we didn't have that earlier. But now we do. And we also get to use the Combined Creation right now to bring back the Creation King. And that is going to be it. Memento takes down Murasaki here in a very entertaining best of 3 series. I'm not gonna lie, I like that match a lot. Well played, both duelists. Interesting matches all around. Unfortunately, our ritual soldier here with the Mikanko Voice's Voice lineup falls to the Memento deck here with help from Forbidden Droplet and playing around Super Poly a lot better than they did in the first game. Of course, in the first game, the Super Poly was really strong, also because they didn't know it was there. And I think in the third game, it was a very cool showcase of adapting to having seen that card previously, right? In the first game, they knew one of those face down cards was likely a Super Poly because they had seen it in the first game. So they tried to play around it and they succeeded at doing so. And as a reward, they will be moving on to the top 16. Good games. Let's see what's going on at table 6. Oh, I clicked from now. Oh, I guess it's fine. Oh, we're being thrown in the middle of something here. It is DGZO's turn here. Turn 3. It is Maliss versus Maliss. White Binder is being ashed right now as we speak. Does the blue player still have access to Splash Mage? It looks like it. A Max C was involved. With no out to it. I see no out in the graveyard, so that's why we are in turn 3, I think. Okay. Lingaribo is being summoned. Do we have an extender in hand? Because we would need one. Yep, March here. Checking their graveyard. Chessy Cat can still return, so that's a good banish here. Pay 300 to return the Chessy Cat to the field. Lingaribo checks this face down card. There is a Dominus Impulse here in the banished pile. I don't know if that was activated from hand, because if it was, then Nibiru is no longer a factor. Red Ransom and Drua's Worm, getting rid of the Magnamoot for the opponent. Check the lingering effects. Ooh, right. Yeah, Dominus Impulse is an effect for the red player. True. I always forget about that. Yeah, Dominus Impulse is lingering right now. Chessy Cat, draw 2 out of nowhere. Banish Malice in the mirror. So a second ago they had no cards in hand. Now it's going to be 3. Make access code. Royal access code. Opponent is only on 5,900 life points, so we don't even have to go all the way. Banish Ransom. That's going to destroy a face down GWC. Activate Ransom to summon. There is a response window though. Could also be one of the Bestials because we saw a Magnamood on the board. That may have added something that I don't know about, like Druisworm, which would make it significantly harder to win this turn with the access code, right? We try to leave main phase here, it seems, and they won't let us do that because this is threatening game. Called by the Grave onto March Hare though. Could Bestial that if they had one, but they don't, it seems. Alright, the Called by on the March Hare is going to succeed, so the March Hare is going to stay in hand and not banish anything. So if there's no Bestial, this could just be it. But if there was a Bestial, you really have to wonder why didn't they Bestial their own March Hare right there. Royal Access is not that impressive. It was in the anniversary bundle. Look, okay, as someone who has received, like, I don't even remember what I got. I don't remember what I got from the bundle. I still respect the the access code more than what I got. Okay, yugioh wins the Maliss mirror match there. Let's check in with Strobat versus Nezu. This time I'm gonna go from the beginning, so I'm not missing any context. I got a Royal Firewall Dragon. I know that from one of the anniversaries, which is like technically not bad. Technically. Aha. Interesting stuff. Terror Top? What does this mean? Materiactor? No. No. Not the Materiactors. In top 32? Avion. Huh? Grand Breakout gets ashed on it. End phase. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh god, they have no Maliss card. They have no Maliss card. It's just SP pass. Banish their own underground. Okay. Oh, I think I know what that means. I know what that means. Ooh, Engraver off the top. So banishing their own field spell probably means Huvalos. After they banish their own SP here. Somewhere. Which could be good here, but it's good that we get to do all these Fiendsmith things before the SP Little Knight leaves the field. So at least they're not drawing like 5 cards off of just the Fiendsmith cards alone. Excavate the top 6 and then add a Materiactor. Okay. Alright, Meltdown for Meltdown. Engraver for Lurie. Normal summon Giga. This is all you can do? Oh, no. Okay, well, they didn't have a Maliss card last turn. But now they do. Uh-oh. Ah! What was that? You have 2 Materia Reactor cards and it just doesn't do anything? Okay, Ash on Red Ransom is neat. But it's not gonna stop them. Because they already have a trap set up. And we know the card in hand now is the second copy of Meltdown. Sorry, gang. Okay. You need to tell me one thing, alright? Is Avian actually optimal in this deck, or do you just need like any level 3 vanilla for it and it just doesn't matter? And so you just picked Avian because you like Avian. Any level 3 wind vanilla does it. Oh, does it need to be wind because you play Taketomborg? So is it just like normally the attribute doesn't matter, but it's just in case you draw it with like Taketomborg, you can special it. And also anti-Bestial. Is there a Primite package in there as well? Or is it just because you'd figure like if Materia Reactors have like normal monster synergy, maybe they would play Primite as well? No? Okay. Well, it was fun to see Materia Reactor make an appearance. That Avian definitely jump scared me. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun. That was fun. Even though you didn't quite get there, that was still cool to see. Honorable attempt. And I mean, hey, still top 32. Not bad. Not bad. We got one more match going on down here. There's not much time left, 6 minutes, but let's jump in. Okay. Another Anguish. You know, here's the thing. Is there so much Memento today because Memento is that good right now? Or is there so much Memento today because it's one of the first Challenger Cups with the Memento playmat? And so all of the Memento enjoyers come out to play these Challenger Cups now because everyone wants the Anguish playmat. Because the very same thing, I remember this, the same thing happened with Branded, right? When they made the Branded Fusion playmat for a season in the Challenger Cups, all of a sudden, the very first Challenger Cup, there was so much Branded. So I think it's probably the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Like it's probably a little bit of both, you know. Like Memento is a good deck, but there's definitely also some Memento players in here because they want the Memento playmat. It was definitely the same with Branded Fusion. I mean, the Branded Fusion playmat also just went hard. And this one also is pretty nice. People are too scared to play Maliss after side. I guess, yeah. I mean, even in this tournament where you have to submit your decks beforehand, there's so much Lancea. All right, Akihiron adds back Memento Fusion. Looks like we are able to full combo if there's no further disruption here. Oh, 3 horses. You know what that means. All right. Roll some dice. Chain March here. Okay, sure. I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't help you. If you lose this dice roll, this is not gonna help you. Oh, a 6? Oh, what? They locked themselves. The Paradise Smasher. No, they can't activate any of their monsters now. Oh god, it's so funny. That is so funny and so sad at the same time. That's like a 3% chance. They rolled a 12. The one time you're gonna roll a 12 is when you Paradise Smasher. Oh my god. I mean, now they can just watch him play. You literally. So, the player with the higher total cannot activate monster effects or declare an attack until the end of the next turn. And you could have manipulated one of the dice rolls to a 7. So here's the thing. Even if you roll 2 6s with this, if your opponent rolls a single 6, you can just change the other dice into a 7 and you still lock the opponent. So even with 2 6s, you can still like win that exchange. But the opponent just didn't roll a 6. And if they roll a 5, at least if you roll 2 6s and your opponent rolls 1 5, you can change it to a tie overall, right? Because 5 plus 7 is going to also be 12. So in that case, it locks neither player because only the player with the higher total is locked. So it's like even after rolling 2 6s, you still have a very, very decent chance at not locking yourself. But it's just them rolling 2 6s and then the opponent rolling like, what was it, 2 and 3? Makes them unable to do anything. It is so unfortunate. But it is the risk you take by playing Paradise Smasher. It is, look, this is a very, very strong card. But it is, you kind of make that deal, you know? It's like you sometimes you just lose that exchange. And that is going to be game. Nothing you can do about it because of your own Paradise Smasher. Just for good measure, we also banished the Combined Creation and the Akihiron, so it's gone forever. Not that we have another turn, but... Oh, man. Okay. That was funny. All right. And that's going to conclude our top 32. I'll see you guys for the top 16 in a couple of minutes. And I guess let that be a lesson. The Paradise Smasher is not always an auto win. All right, see you guys in top 16 in a few minutes. All right, here I am already. Like I said, the break was obviously very short because that last feature match we had went on for very long. So top 16 is here. Why don't we go ahead and check in with another one of our European Worlds competitors, and that is Mist, aka Herman, up against Danilo here in top 16. So let's see from the beginning what's going on in this match. Could be a good one. Let's see what we've got. And we have Mist going first with 40 against 40. And a Maliss in Underground banishing a Chessy Cat. Which obviously indicates more Maliss names in hand, one of them being Dormouse. So we're casually back to 5 cards in hand and 4 cards on the board, 5 cards on the board. We haven't even committed anything yet. We have 5 cards in hand. We got a normal summon still. Good stuff. Link Decoder and Ransom. Ransom for Maliss in the Mirror, because of course we already had the field spell. That's going to be our free Appaloosa. Or an SP Little Knight. Okay, we don't have another extender in hand, it seems. We can't banish the red Ransom from the graveyard if we don't go for this here. So Ransom banishing March here. And March here activates to add itself back to the hand. We still aren't locked into Cybers, I don't think, so we could still make the Appaloosa eventually. Maybe we don't have to because at this point they definitely don't have Nibiru, but like Appaloosa is still good. This is not an Appaloosa though, because the links don't add up to it, so it's a Heart Scripter. And Heart Scripter pass. Okay, Royal Heart Scripter though. It's a good one to have. That 4 pass. So we had no interruption there from Danilo's side, but let's see what we have against this board. Let's see what kind of deck we're even rocking with here. We got the Maliss sleeves, of course, but is that true? Is that true, or are they playing mind games on the opponent? It is another memento here, starting with Tatsuno. Now, a few things. Memento is one of the better decks to have no interaction on the opponent's turn with, you know, because like I said, we've seen it earlier already. Sometimes you play Super Poly, Droplet, Thrust, Talents. It's one of the better decks to go second without having any hand traps. At the same time, it is not great into Maliss interruption specifically. Most importantly, the non-target banishes are really, really good against Memento. All right, we imperm the horse on summon. Then we break out into a goblin. We streaming tomorrow? I am gonna be live tomorrow, yes. All right, non-target banish the goblin. Talents. Probably draw 2 most of the time. Yeah. Is there an Ash for it? Nope. Maybe they are holding Ash for potential extenders, though. It's also a possibility, like holding Ash for Bone Party or something. It's still looking very, very tough. 1 for 1. Okay. Discard Ash Blossom. Problem is there's another non-target banish waiting for the goblin or the key mace, whatever they're summoning here. Mace. And now another non-target banish. It's so hard for Memento. Adding March here, banishing that, and that's gonna be already enough. The full Maliss combo here, definitely enough for Memento to pack it up in the first game in top 16, and Mist goes up 1-0 against the Nilo here. Why does no one play Griffin and Maliss? I would assume it's just because you don't really need it in Master Duel, because you have Appaloosa, so your end board is usually strong enough always, and it's not really necessary to go for Griffin. Yeah, I think that's all there is to it. I just like, Maliss has a plethora of options that they can end on, and the reality is, for the most part, it doesn't really matter what you end on with Maliss, because the way it wins is just by having like this inevitable card advantage. That's as all you have to do with Maliss is make a board that your opponent cannot immediately win over, because your follow-up is always going to be good enough. So like, you don't have to make like a super fancy auto win like board with Maliss, like Griffin or whatever, that doesn't let your opponent play. Maliss doesn't care if your opponent can play, because it wins as long as you don't instantly win against it. Maliss wins on the next turn. No, Abao makes Griffin combos weird. Didn't they play Griffin before Abao in the TCG though? I feel like they did. All right, Imperm on the Twin Dragon, but it gets dodged by Breakout. If you have Ash for this, I feel like you want to Ash it just for it. And here is like, if they have a Memento in hand, this is going to make a world of a difference. If they have no Memento in hand, this might be over. If there's no Memento in hand. No. Oh my god, this is so brutal. Oh, it's so rough. It was so rough. God, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't... Honestly, hold on for a second. We didn't have to dodge this imperm. Because you have a fusion in the graveyard. We can just activate fusion, pop the twin dragon, and search Bone Party, and we can definitely combo. Now, if they ash the fusion in the graveyard, sure, that's a punish. But then we can still break out? Ah, but then we don't have... because we drew Gaddock. Ah, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. If it wasn't specifically Gaddock in the graveyard, there was a way. All right, we resolve Max C. Well, I think Maliss is just gonna go through here. Banish 2, banish Dormouse, draw 2, summon Dormouse. Dormouse for White Rabbit effect. White Rabbit set. Art Scripter is summon number 4 here. And that's gonna be game under Nibiru. Unless you can somehow prevent the Heart Scripter from coming back. But Maliss... I mean, Memento can usually not do that. If you imperm Heart Scripter, I think it goes back to normal attack, but I think that's still enough. Because the Chessy Cat... Yeah. Alright, and that's a quick work of Memento here by Herman. Moving on to the top 8 with clean Maliss gameplay and not much to do there for Memento. Unfortunately, another Memento believer eliminated from the tournament in top 16. When do they get the playmat? What's the cutoff for the playmat? Is it top 8? Oh no, for 128, it's the finalists get the playmat. Ooh, second. Okay. For the bigger tournaments, it's like top 8 or top 16, I believe. But for top 100, I guess 128 is the smallest Challenger Cup they do these days. Fair enough. All right, we got Bobo against DGZO. Don't know who's in the lead here, or if it maybe even is still the first game. Lancia? After... Okay. Interesting. Waiting with Lancia after they get... What could be the reason for that? Ooh, Chaos Hunter. Okay. Dude, we have enough. I've seen enough of Maliss. No more. No more. All right, we give another draw for the Lubellion. Presumably because of how good Regained is against Maliss. So even if they haven't out to this Chaos Hunter, now we have Regained as kind of like a backup plan. But still, I think Imperm on Chaos Hunter here is pretty scary. But it is GWC, it's not Imperm. Normal Fuva. Make Dark. Okay. Regained, bring back Serenir, making it so the only target for the Dark is the Druis Worm, meaning that if this goes to the grave, we could have sent the Dark Charmer, but this does mean we can out the Chaos Hunter now. By crashing the Druis Worm, we out the Chaos Hunter, and now the March Hare banishes the White Rabbit, but we do have Regain to counter this play. Regained is good here. That's going to yoink away the White Rabbit. But we have Magnamute as well, banishing the Chessy Cat. The thing is, life points are getting a little low at this point. We can still afford one extra deck Maliss and 1 main deck Maliss. Oh, Impulse onto the nib is also crazy here because that's also going to destroy it. It's crazy how this game is so close, even though this is clearly... This is the anti-Maliss deck. And they have drawn Artifact Lancia and Chaos Hunter. Maxi did its part. That's fair enough. Maxi is a good card. Alright, Access Code Talker is going to take apart this board. Goodbye, Regained. Pay 900, down to 550. Pay 300 for Dormouse. And now we're down to 250 life points. 250 life points. So this was the last Maliss we could pay for this turn. The, another Chaos. Discarding Magnamoot even for the Chaos Hunter is pretty crazy. We reset GWC, but we've already activated it this turn. This could give us back some life points though. End phase. Magnamoot Search for a Druid Swarm, but we also can't activate that under Chaos Hunter. So is the third anti-Maliss card going to be the final one they need? Do they play a second Regain for Lubellion? Is my first question. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, how do you prevent them just going battle phase though? Yep. Oh, punching with the Chaos Hunter first. Okay. $50 life points. Activate GWC. Gain 2300. Add a Maliss spell from deck to hand. But I think it's still game. I can't think of a card they could have here because the set is MTP, right? Which wouldn't change anything because you can't banish. So it's still enough. Yep. Okay. All it took was 3 dedicated anti-Maliss cards and it was still kind of close. But we managed to beat Maliss in this one. I don't know which game this was. Let me check the replay section real quick if we can find out. Bobo against DGZO. I think was their first game still? Yeah, it was the first game. You brought the crazy anti-Maliss deck just for game 1? That's funny. Okay. That was a long game. All right, game 2, I guess. Time for game 2. Now, here's the thing. Do you play Maliss again in a case like this? The answer is yes. Well. We got Fiendsmith access, but this could still be interacted with by like a Dominus Impulse or something. We Ash the Requiem, so that's gonna stop at least the full Fiendsmith setup here. And we are using Fiendsmith to shuffle back the Lacrima, which also ruins the Paradise setup for the next turn. Which is potentially really good for Maliss. Because Fiendsmith in Paradise is a good disruption against Maliss usually. You really like having it. Because it's like also... It's just it just covers taking one or two bodies off the field by like hitting a regular name or hitting Flash Mage is really good. It's not gonna win on your own or on its own, but it is solid. That's how it works against Maliss. You either have Lancia or it's like a team effort of your other cards. There's no other one card that just completely takes down the deck. Everything else is more like a group effort. All right, Serenir activates. Honestly, if you play M7, you could try to add back the Lancia here. It could be an M7 angle. And Maxi again. In this case, they're banishing the Dormouse. Ooh, they have Ash for Maxi. That's big. That's big. So M7 here to threaten a Zeus for all the cards. Oh, never mind. Maybe they don't play M7. I've never been so sad. You play M7, but you make it in main phase 2? Now you can't Zeus. But you can Lancia again. Maybe not playing Zeus. Nah, the M7 Zeus line is iconic. If you play M7, you gotta play Zeus. It's such a good combination. Because M7 inherently, like, after you add something back with it, it is not a disruption or anything like that. So being able to do both things, add back from the graveyard and make Zeus, is like huge. Because it's like, it cleans up the board and it gives you a like a card back for their follow-up in hand. It's a great combination. Lancia again. I mean, I guess the crazy part is that because they didn't make Zeus, if Maliss can't do anything about it this turn, they can do it again next turn. They can add it back another time, I guess, is the really crazy. Yep. Oh my god. Oh god. Yep. They've used the third. They've used this Lancia. Oh, we're adding back Lubellion. Okay, sure, fair enough. I guess they're just going for the win here. I understand. Cool. That would have been very funny. And another Maxi. Well, I guess now they wish they would have added back this Lancea again. This is not going to be easy to make 5,000 damage happen over under Max C especially. But we have regained now. We've also extracted, quote unquote, the March here from their hand, which is good. Alright, so there's the first starter, immediately countered by Regained. Drawing another card from it. The thing is, this deck is still full of anti-Malice cards. I wonder if it just has 3 Lancia and 3 Chaos Hunters. It could be. Alright. There is something comedic about this match. I'm not gonna lie, it's somehow very sad for the Malice player, but it's also it's very funny. Yeah. Also, the audacity to play the Malice deck again into someone who just showed you a deck in game 1 with Lancias and Chaos Hunters. Like, you gotta be more flexible than that. Like, come on. Okay. Let's hop into Luca against Shimmer here at table 7. They can swap decks? Yes, every player has 2 decks, and they can switch between those 2. Ah, nice. I brick once and you join instantly. Look, so far you're going second. Why are you telling me you bricked? You just... It's turn 1. You can draw a card. You'll draw a play for turn. Don't worry about it. You should more worried about your opponent not bricking right now. Because I feel like the reason you are not looking to win this game at the moment is not bricking per se. Is every duel Maliss? We have seen a good amount of non-Maliss, but it is the most popular deck, yes, because it also is the strongest deck in the game at the moment. But we have seen other stuff. We've seen a decent amount of Memento. Obviously, Tenpai is always here when Challenger Cups happen. We've seen Voiceless Voice, we've seen Mikanko, we've seen Materiactor. We've seen Snake Eyes still, like, twice already. There's a decent amount of other stuff still, but of course, yes, Maliss is the most popular deck today because it is also the strongest deck. Have we seen Blue Eyes? What's up with those guys? I don't think we've seen a Blue Eyes yet today. Now that you say it, it is a little weird. Maybe Shimmer is on Blue Eyes? Yeah, just as you said it. The Effect Veiler kind of gave it away, I suppose. Never mind, it's Fiendsmith. Oh yeah, Fiendsmith control. We've seen a decent amount of Fiendsmith. All right, drill beaming the Appaloosa out of existence. Also, Shimmer, you said like 2 seconds ago, the moment you join my game, I brick. You opened Engraver, Lordly Load, and Ether Barrel. In what world is this a brick? And you can't tell me you drew the card that plays for turn, because you had 3 cards that play. 3 cards that play the game. You couldn't have drawn all 3 for turn. You didn't brick, you just lost the game, or you're about to lose the game to Maliss. That's not the same as bricking. No max C equals brick? Okay, sure. I did not open max C, I bricked. Normal summon Lacrima. This is for Fiendsmith control with solemn warning in it. This is not breakable. Even without the warning, like the banishes off of Maliss are just way too good against Primite Fiends. They are way too good. Dippity in hand as well. Oh, that's what you mean when you said you bricked. You drew Dippity. You drew Dippity, the normal monster in your Primite deck that is still Fiendsmith combo. Okay, sure. iPhone. Oh no, you searched it with track. Never mind. Goodbye, Typhon. Got us to the win rate. All right, was that... Which game was that? Luca 2-1 to Luca. All right. I believe this might be the end of our top 16. I think it is. Actually, no, there's one going on here. All right, let's jump into this one. Because there's not much time left, but this one is still running, so let's check it out. All right, their name is Albion Online, and they're playing a 60-card deck. What do you think they're playing? Hierolement's on the bottom here, though. I assume this one's game 3. I'll just make the score 1-1, even though I technically don't know exactly, but I'm just assuming. All right, well, Hierolement's going first here. And I'm just going to throw out a wild guess here. Up against 60-card branded, maybe, possibly. Oh, there's Shaddoll's in this Hierolement deck. Uh-oh. They got Shaddoll's in this thing. Mill Keldo with it. Summon Tier Cash off of Kikkalos. Mill 8. And Feel. Yeah, feel great. Yeah, okay. Privy Karma and Heartbeat, sure. Mill 8 feel alright. This card Lancia for Sharon is crazy work. Mill Crime, Havness, and Snow off of Scream is insane. Normal Rhino Heart. Make the Redoer. Sharon Effect. Shuffle back 3. Oh, no Rule Colors here. We're making Kaleido Heart. Straight up, set 2 pass. All right, Redoer returns. Draw off a turn. Redoer attach. A monster. I believe you just gave your opponent a Fiendsmith Engraver. Snow target the Kaleido Heart to book it, and then we are going to force the Soliac with this. Wait, Branded doesn't play Snow. Is this 2 tier decks? In top 16? Cross out. Target Havness. That is insane. When's the last time that has happened ever? This might hurt themselves more than the opponent, because now this is limited. Okay. Cross out your only Havness. Hierolement Duelists, man. All right. That was a very cinematic end to our top 16. Hope everyone's enjoying the tournament so far. We're gonna go on a very, very short break before the top 8 begins. Don't go anywhere. And it does seem like we still have some different decks here in the top 8. So looking forward to that. And you guys just don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the top 8 in a few minutes. All right, gamers, and here we are with the top 8 of today's Challenger Cup. 8 players remain, and we are gonna have to cut down to 4 at the end of this. So let us jump into Mist against Captain Aris over here at table 1. I believe Aris was the Tearlaments player in top 16, which is why I'm choosing this table, because I'm just trying to see what's up with that. Trying to find out more about this Tearlament deck. They have Tearlament sleeves. I think that's the player, but they are going second for now. They have a Perulia here. Okay, a little Perulia action. Dimensional Fissure. Okay, well that is not good for Tearlaments. Why is there a Dimensional Fissure? What is going on here? I'm confused. Maxi. Ritual Beast? Honestly, it could just be Maliss. Okay. Snow Beatdown. This is not what I was expecting to see. Allure of Darkness. Or Chessy Cat. It is Maliss with Dimensional Fissure. Okay, now it's cooked. Now it's absolutely cooked. Super Poly? Super Poly. Okay, but they drew 2 cards now. Yeah, there's White Rabbit. Super Poly again. But no, it gets banished. It comes back. End phase. No, Solemn. What is happening? What is this game? Heartbeat! Birth. Normal summon. Fenrir. Hold up. Through a Tearlaman's cached here, huh? What is happening in this game? Okay, battle phase now. Fenrir attack. Fenrir effect. Banish the fissure. Okay, well, the fissure is now gone. We are not going to attack for game here. But the snow... I mean, if it connects, you're down to 50 life points with a Maliss deck. So we can't let that happen. We're attacking the Dormouse. We're not doing any damage here, though. But we can now play in main phase 2, maybe. Maybe we play Fiendsmith? But it's 40 cards. Maybe there's no Fiendsmith. We'll find out. And now that... Okay, SP Little Knight. No banish effect, though. But we have Birth to revive the Fenrir after we banish it for tier cash. So we can attempt to hit something here. A little bit of healthy Gamba. Try to hit something with these next 3. Oh, there was a Havness. And a Destrudo. Called by the grave, though. Onto the Havness. Oh, but that's going to activate... Ooh, the Birth. The Birth can banish the GWC forever now, which completely locks them out of it completely locks them out of LP gain for the rest of the game. Right? If Birth banishes GWC, you can never gain life points again. So these 1900 you have are literally the last you can ever get. All right, we banished the White Rabbit with the March here to dodge this. Down to now 1600. It is main phase 2 already, so these bodies could stick around. Can Hard Scripter recycle face downs? No, it has to be a Maliss card. And a face down card, it does not have a name. All right, we try to revive Fenrir, but that's not going to work. We have a trap still left in the graveyard. Didn't play around Dominus Impulse here with the Kashtira Birth. Could have banished the Solemn Strike, maybe. To not give them any trap in the grave, but did not do that. Last card in hand is still Heartbeat, I believe. Fairy Tale Snow. Fairy Tale Snow here. Oh, if you leave the Strudo, you can make a Baron the Fleur here. I think that's their goal. I think they're trying to make Baron in this simplified game state. Paying half their life points to bring back a level 3 Destrudo. Oh, this is coming down to the wire. MTP 7 before the Baron hits the field. Banishes the March here. To search a Dormouse. And then adds the March here back to hand for another 300. We got 1,300 left. Which equals 1 main deck Malice name and 1 extra deck Malice name, or 4 main deck Malice names, I guess, and no extra deck name. Also worth noting that Captain Eris chose to banish their SP Little Knight before the set card, so the set card has to be something good here, right? If the set card wasn't good, you would have just banished it instead of the SP Little Knight. So it's got to be a good card. I don't know what it is, but it's got to be something good. Okay, Dimensional Fissure. I assume you let that go through. I'm not going to use your Baron Negate on that. It's a very weird Malice list here. You know what I think is happening? I think Herman just has 2 Malice decks submitted. I think there's a, like this one with like Dimensional Fissure and Solemn Strikes and stuff, presumably for when they get to go first. But maybe they chose to do it here because it was up against Tearlaments with the Dimensional Fissure. Or if for some reason it's game 2 and we missed game 1 somehow and it was super quick. Because we started watching like a minute after the round started. Oh, Typhon is in here. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Oh god, this is disaster. The set card, I think I know what the set card is. I think it's Droplet, and that was not usable under Di-Fi there. And now what? Now there's a Di-Fi on the field. And Tearlament has no board. How is Tearlament gonna make a board under Di-Fi now? You can't have Fenrir anymore. That's gone. Oh, you're so close too. 1,300 life points. You're so close. Kashtira Unicorn, that's just not gonna do it. Just barely not gonna do it. We're just special summoning it not to lose instantly. No second birth, obviously. Runs over the Unicorn with the Typhon, but also doesn't have game here yet. But I feel like now we have it under control. I pay 300 for White Rabbit. Now we can no longer pay for the extra deck Malice monsters. We can pay for some main deck ones, but no longer for any of the extra deck. I wonder if there is a random card that Tearlament can draw here to get them back in it. Against Hard Cryptor Typhon. I think we're going to see that face down card being banished by Heart Scriptor now, and I think that's Droplet. I think that Droplet was unfortunately completely countered by the Dimensional Fissure, which maybe you should have Baroned the Fissure. I'm gonna be honest with you, maybe you should have. Cryptor's off. Oh, Cryptor's too strong because of Dormouse. Right, because Typhon. Now after we link it off, we can. We can also just SP the back row, though. We don't have to crypter it. I think it's droplet. Crime. Why did you keep crime over SP? All right, well, that was a very interesting. Was this game 1? Let me just double check that real quick. It was game 1. Yeah, it was just the first game was just that. Okay. Well, I'm excited for what game 2 is going to be if that was the first game. All right, I'll be right back. There's a heavy wind outside. I need to close some windows, but I'm excited for game 2. Okay. Now we're gonna see tier elements going first. So no dimensional fissure here. Start with Rhino Heart or Havness. No Bestial either. That was I feel like that's a tough thing about tier elements right now, is a lot of people are playing Bestials in Maliss. But okay, we're ashing the tier elements Kashtira. We already have a tier element in hand, though. It's another Rhino Heart, so we do get to mill 5 here. Ooh, there was some stuff there. Saliek, the Strudo, Snow, and Lancea. Lancea in the graveyard, not going to be too relevant unless they play Dugaris for it. Sharon, send a Hollow Shadal, mill Havness, but that's already been used. But we can send 2 more with Tier Cash and 2 more with Hollow as well. So 4 more mills. A Scream, just a Scream. All right, so Redoer set 2 is all we got through. But we do have a... I mean, the thing is, Snow is such a good interruption against tier elements, right? Against Maliss, I mean. Like, setting their normal summon face down is so tough for them to deal with. Because you just can't, like a Bestial or a March here doesn't extend through that, you know? Like, because the monster is basically gone. A face down Maliss monster is basically out of the game for that turn. It's not easy to get it back. And Rule Colossus is also pretty good here. So we draw it to 5 cards. It's not unwinnable for Maliss, but I think it's a challenge. I think this is a good challenge. All right, Redoer attaches. Could also hit a trap against Maliss. They play like 6 or 7. But we get a spell card, a Gold Sarcophagus. So we can draw a card off of this Redoer instantly. Nice little bonus there. Draw 1. Imagine that's a Lancea. Okay. Listen to me. Imagine that was the one they just drew. Oh my god. I should have not said anything. I should have not said anything. Can you see the cards in hand if you look at the replay? I don't want to spoil what kind of deck Herman was playing. We're going to look at that after the match and see if that was the card they drew was Lancea or if they already had it, because I need to know that. I had Lancea already? Okay. Sure, okay. All right, game 3. Game 3 between Mist and Captain Aris. Let's see. Now, here's the thing. I think Herman's just going to go first now with a deck that has Solemn cards and Dimensional Fissure. So I think it's going to be tough for Tearlaments. But I guess we'll find out how it's going to turn out. But maybe we just don't draw Dimensional Fissure, huh? Perulia and draw phase. Okay, sure. Bubbles. Okay, no Lancea yet. No Dimensional Fissure yet, I mean. Also no Lancea yet. Normal Dormouse, draw a card. Activate Dormouse. Resolves, no Lancea, okay. Chessy Cat effect. Maxi, however. Oh, answer. No answer to Maxi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Roll at least? Something? Banish Chessy Cat. Marchair, I mean. Draw 2. Add back Marchair to hand. 6 cards in hand, but the Maxi is already active. What can we make happen under Maxi here? Nothing. Set. At least we've got some trap cards. It seems like this build was relatively heavy on traps, right? It had Solemn Strike. Oh, but we are already playing on this turn. Banish a Rhino Heart from hand for the tier cache. Interesting. Kind of all in here. Gets ashed on it. Oh, the ash was drawn after the Maxi. Okay, it's big. It's a big ash. Potentially. Who knows what the next cards were. End phase. Okay. Right. 4 cards in hand. Honestly, not the worst spot for Maliss here. If there's actual trap cards face down. You have to have drawn that for turn, right? There's no way you summoned out tier cache when you had Wraith Soth in hand. That's gotta be your draw. That has gotta be your draw for turn. No way around that. Alright, Sharon. Can't really strike the Sharon because it confuse. So. Ooh. We hit Scream and another Sharon. And we can chain block this Sharon in the graveyard from a potential Solemn Strike. But not from a Magnamut. Not gonna chain block this from a Magnamut. That is a massive Magnamut. Oh, God. And we've talked about Bestials earlier. They are very, very, very common right now in the metagame due to Maliss just being naturally good with them. Search Meta Noise. Normal summon Seamere. That explains why they felt comfortable banishing the Rhino Heart for the tier cache. And there is the Solemn Strike. Talked about that earlier. Solemn Strike gonna negate and destroy the Seamere. And I think right now it's not looking great for Tearlaments here. It's not looking like they can make a lot of things happen. Okay. Hail Mary, Tearlaments Grief. Summon Rhino Heart, send Rhino Heart. Means we have a Tearlaments card in hand. Yep. Rhino Heart effect. Called by the Grave. Oh god, the Chessy Cat drew Ash and Called by after they got Maxied. But that Called by is massive. We also know the last card in hand is a Tearlaments card, otherwise it's Meta Noise, right? We know it's Meta Noise. So I think this is just it. I think Tier loses to just the follow-up Bestial here is already almost enough for Maliss. Because you don't really have another choice. You just set the Meta Noise and you pass. March here in hand. We knew about that one. That's going to set up even before the turn begins. And I think it was a good run for the Tearlaments all the way until top 8. But I think it ends here against Maliss. Even though we resolved the Max C on the first turn. They came prepared for it with Solemn Strike and a Bestial, and we were not able to push through. As well as, I mean, Called by, it was very strong non-engine, right? Ash, Called by, Strike, and Bestial, you can't really push through that with a Tearlament deck. I don't think one Meta Noise is going to be enough here. Because the whatever you send off the Meta Noise is not going to matter, right? It's just getting Bestialed. Can you push through that with any deck? It's difficult. That's the thing, right? It's not really like a Tearlament's problem. It's like Strike, Called by, Ash, and Magnamood are just really difficult cards to push through no matter what. Could also just make Lingeribo, yeah. But you don't have to make Lingeribo when the card you know it's Meta Noise. And you know the Meta Noise doesn't beat you. Because, yeah, they can book one of your monsters, but then you just Druid Swarm whatever they sent, and you have the same amount of monsters as before, basically. Yeah. All right, at this point, it's just a matter of... it is really just a matter of playing it down here for Herman. A very well-thought series by Captain Eris, especially that game 1 was pretty hype. But ultimately, the Tearlaments will fall to Maliss here in top 8. Just trying to work out the specifics here for Herman. There's the Heart's Cryptor. Activate Druid Swarm on your own Dormouse just to get something banished. Then we can non-target banish one of these two and just attack with everything, and we've got it. Yep. And now battle phase. No further tricks needed. Just access code over the Sharon. And then these two are going to be able to finish it off. All right, GG's. We lose Tearlaments in top 8, and Maliss moves on to the top 4. Let's see what's going on between David and Bobo over here. The score is currently 1-1. They are in game 3. Let's watch from the beginning. Let's watch from the beginning what's happening between David and Bobo. All right. Bobo is going first with Blue Eyes. Okay, this is actually the first Blue Eyes of the day. All the way here in top 8. We are ashing Molcharmi Fuvalos. Usually, or very often, you don't care about Fuvalos and Blue Eyes, but I guess if you start with Roar, it could be annoying. Mausoleum in hand as well. You've drawn all the targets. His talents might save them here. Yeah, it did. I feel like they didn't have a starter beforehand. Dude, I'm like 99% sure they didn't have a starter, and then you Fuvat them, and then they talents drew Ether Barrel and Sage. This is insane. If you had just not done anything, they would have not done anything either. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Blue Eyes Pass. God. And now it's everything plus Drill Beam. Oh my god. Oh god. that balance was crazy. All right, what do we have here? It is Memento. Destroy combined creation, summon Anguish. Anguish, search Darkblade. Normal Darkblade, activate effect. Discard Akihiron to pop the Drill Beam. Try to dodge the Drill Beam with Memento Fusion. Chain Spirit Dragon. Okay. Tag out into Ultimate Spirit. Fusion. Fuses. Into the Twin. Darkblade pops that. I feel like you could have maybe targeted True Light there. But then they are technically not forced. Oh, we got a Talons on the backswing. We take Spirit Dragon. We link those two off into Lina. Interesting. Okay. Lina is going to prompt Majesty here. However, Lina is going to be able to search. Memento has targets for this. Twin Dragon is going to be able to revive something. And Akihiron is going to revive itself. And we still have Fusion in the graveyard. This is not yet enough. This is not going to stop Memento here, even though they are currently on no cards. But they're going to get 3 cards back from this chain. Yeah, you got Mace. You can search Mace with Lina. So we got a Mace in hand now. We got Twin Burst. Bring back Darkblade, which still hasn't summoned from the deck, by the way. Akihiron gives us the ability to attack directly. Now Darkblade activates. Can destroy itself or the Akihiron to summon from deck. We can still go for Goblin into Gatic and Sleepy, which is a massive push because that gives you the combined creation. I don't even know what set guard this could be for Primite Blue Eyes to survive here. I think it's too late for a Called by the Grave. I feel like that would have been used ages ago. I feel like... Yeah, what is it? Purge? No. Purge? Nah. It's not Purge. We would have purged somewhere. Lancia? they wouldn't have set Lancia. It could be a bluff, yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing. The Creation King comes out here And I think that's going to be more than enough. We're going to destroy the face down. We're going to find out what it was. It was cross out designator. Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess that doesn't help. That does not help against Memento when you're playing Blue Eyes. Unfortunate one there. Also unfortunate that apparently they don't play Fuvalos in the Blue Eyes deck, right? Because then they could have used Crossout instead of Ash on the first turn. But the way it was, they had to use Ash to negate the Fuvalos, and apparently couldn't use the Crossout for it. So they were left with a much weaker card afterwards. Because Ash Blossom is actually very strong against Memento, like defensively. But here, we're just attacking directly with a 5k and a 3k guy. They're chill about it. And that is going to put Memento into the top 4 for David here. One step closer, and actually only one step away from winning themselves an Anguish playmat with the Memento deck. All right. And I believe that may have already been all of our matches here for the top 8. We should be jumping into... We should be jumping into the next game very, very shortly. And, yeah. So, gonna go on a very, very short break because I think Charlie wants some food. He's wandering around my... he's just running around my feet at the moment. So, I'll go on a very quick break, make Charlie some food, and then we'll back with the top 4 in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hope everyone is having a good time so far. And hope you'll stick around for top 4 and the finals in a bit. All right, y'all. Charlie has received food, and we are already back with the top 4 of today's Challenger Cup. How fast it went by. Now we have 4 players left. Luca versus David and Jord versus Mist here. Let us tune. We've just watched Mist in... we've seen David and Mist in top 8, so we're going to rewatch some players here anyways, but let's jump into Table 1, Luca versus David, for the first game of this top 4 to find out who of these 2 duelists is going to make it into the finals. All right. David going first here in the first game of the match. Starting with Mementolan Tatsuno Toshigo. Gets impermed on that. And this is where we're going to find out how good of an extension they have in this one. Normal Summon Mace is good in this case. That's why they Ash it. Alright, Ash Imperm, always your good old bread and butter 2 hand trap combination. Gets met with a Cult by the Grave, though. That's going to require a third answer here. And this is... When this happens, it's always criminal. When Lancea actually is useful against a deck that isn't Maliss. This is a crazy interaction. It's so sad. Okay. Draw 2. All right. Not looking at the opponent's hand. I mean, there is a lot of cards that help them here, right? Goblin Biker Grand Breakout. Mementolan Bone Party. Mementolan Fusion. There was a lot of answer. No, there's more. There's more. Oh my god. And they can't banish it because of Lancea. They cannot banish the fusion. It doesn't work. Oh my... Okay. Well, Memento Mictlan gets them the fusion back, which is neat. Let me guess. Normal summon Dormouse. Ash Imperm Lancea Impulse. And... Set... March Hare. Okay. March Hare MTP7 is combo, but it's not the best combo. This could be better. Ash Blossom here will end the turn if they have it. Ash Blossom here is actually massive. Any monster in hand basically will probably do here, because you're going to be able to Guardian Chimera the 2 monsters after they hit the board. Because the only way this plays now is if they go March Hare, banish the Dormouse from hand, because the normal summon has been used, right? So you go March Hare, banish Dormouse from hand, Dormouse summon itself. We have two monsters on the board. We can make Guardian Chimera. If we have a Memento in hand, it's even better, because then we can make Creation King. All we need is a monster in hand to have this game under control. After the Dormouse hits the board, we gotta flip the fusion. We gotta do something about this. Actually, you know what? We don't even need a monster. We can just make Creation King by going through Twin Burst. No, you're right. Never mind. We can just make Twin Burst, pop itself, search Sleepy, and another Memento, and then, yeah, no, it's fine. It works either way. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, you're right. You are right. But this also works. We can just go send Gatic, send Akihiron, send something else, and then pop 2. Yeah, and then this is chill. This is chill. Damn, we really drew Lancea, Ash, Imperm, Impulse. plus Maliss combo, and it wasn't enough here. Kind of crazy. Up. Add back Dark Blade for next turn. Mictlan effect, Akihiron effect. We got a full board. And I think that's going to be it for game one. Memento takes it. Memento takes down the Maliss here in the first game of the top four. All right. All right, Luca. Oh no, David is up a game. Oh. And now we're waiting to see. Have we seen the other deck from David, or was it always Memento? I don't remember. I think we've seen like a couple of games, but it's always been Memento. Maybe I'm just misremembering though. When are we getting a Maliss Astrolaud? Oh, you're waiting for... What you want is a Maliss Contact Fusion that requires you to banish Maliss from the graveyard to summon it. Yeah, that sounds like a very, very healthy idea. Yeah, they should do that. They should let you banish them from the deck, honestly. Set 5? What do you mean? Normal summon Dark Blade. Here's the thing. I think we've seen Luca also on Solemn cards earlier. I wonder if they're playing the same deck as Herman, because they're teammates, I'm pretty sure. I think that this is that Luca. So if it's also like a Maliss list with Solemns for going first. Solemns are obviously not bad against Memento, but because they destroy, they do allow for some, like, you know, they let you summon Sleepy from hand, they let you fuse from the graveyard with the fusion spell. Like, it's a little annoying. Okay, well, there's Solemn Strike. And I'm pretty sure they're, judging from the response window, there was also a Solemn Warning. Activate Mictlan Hard Draw again. Why didn't we activate that before summoning the Dark Blade? No one knows. Activate Tatsuno in hand. Because if we go normal summon Dark Blade and then discard Anguish and it gets solemnly struck, you can bring back the Anguish with it. With the field spell. Why didn't we activate that? Well, I guess we didn't play around Solemn Strike. Solemn is the new Maliss meta. I mean, not really. It's just the fact that, like, in this tournament, you can have 2 decks for specific occasions. So I guess they just want to have, like, a very trap-heavy Maliss. Ooh, Impulse on Sleepy is not great, because that's going to destroy it. Letting them send Gatic, but it doesn't necessarily... Gatic doesn't do that much here. You know what would be funny is if they just send Combined Creation and just shuffle back all and attack for game. Which has a chance of working. It also has a chance of backfiring like crazy. Called by as well. Alright, well. Goodbye, Sleepy. What is this game? It's non-engine versus Memento so far. Alright, draw Dormouse or what? Yep, basically. Sick. Alright, game 3. What's the score in the other match? The other match is still in game 1. All right. Game 3. Fastest top 4. The other match is still in game 1. So we're gonna have something to watch after this one as well. Alright. We have David going first in this last game of top 4 for these two players. Normal Summon of Anguish. Resolves and grabs Tatsuno Toshigo. Special, the horse, Maxi. There is a window, but there's no answer to the Maxi. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Talents, okay. Talents, look at their hand. Hopefully it's only one starter, I guess. That is more than one starter if I've ever seen. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Gold Sarcophagus, Maliss in Underground, Called by the Grave, Ash Blossom. Oh my god, this is disaster. What's the win con? What's your win con? Like, you have Max. If you have Maxi in hand, you can't even take away the out because they have 2 outs. They have 2 outs to Maxi, 2 starters. Oh nah. Oh nah. This is the worst kind of situation to be in. The worst kind of situation. If you don't have Lancea, it's cooked. It needs to be Lancea. They need to, like, take the called by and have Lancea. If that's not the case, I don't see it. It is so rough. Chain scoop. Talents look at hand and then scoop is crazy. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like it's rough. Yeah, I feel like it's rough. At this point, maybe you just pull through. Like, maybe just take the Ash Blossom and just do your thing. I know they're gonna draw like 5 cards or something. But like, if passing is not an option, all right, they take Gold Sarcophagus. Will that rank 5 Xyz save them even giving draws? I mean, if they don't draw anything to stop it within those draws, then yeah. Okay, they ashed the Tatsuno Toshigo, so the remaining cards in hand are MTP7, Called by, and Maliss in Underground. Maybe if we have some interruptions that don't care about Called by, it's okay. Like, maybe if we have, let's say we have Memento Fusion, or we have Imperm and stuff like that. Maybe that's a way we can do it. We're gonna need some set cards here. Like 2 set cards, maybe I'll feel okay about it. Maybe a super poly. Like, what if they go Underground banish Dormouse, Dormouse banish White Rabbit, summon White Rabbit, and you just super poly both. That's like a possibility, right? But we haven't seen a single super poly from this Memento deck, so I don't know. I think most realistic win condition is that that's Fusion Spell. But at the same time, I think if it's Fusion Spell, they may have chained it to the... Maybe they would have chained it to Maxi to stop the draw. I don't know. It's tough. They're thinking about it hard. Using another... Okay. I don't know about that one. I think SP is basically irrelevant against Maliss, so I think giving them a card for that is not great. It also makes it so that your opponent just doesn't have to be scared of like Memento Fusion anymore. You just basically told them I don't have Memento Fusion, which just gives them unnecessary info, and they drew Imperm anyways off of the Maxi, I guess. Or per turn. But yeah, SP is like very inconsequential against Maliss. But that Maliss hand is also, if you don't have an answer for the Maxi there, it's also just cursed. No matter what, I think. Yeah, there's Maxi, like I said. I feel like that was already that was the toggle when Luca activated Maxi, which is why honestly I feel like maybe it was Talon's take the called by and try to bait the Ash Blossom by playing. Maybe I don't know why we left them with the why we took away the gold sarcophagus. Okay. Maybe the thing is like, if you take the called by with talents, they don't Ash the horse to keep the Ash for Maxi, but then at least you can like at least you can do something with the memento cards then. If they don't use Ash, you get some card advantage, right? You get like the Gatic and the thing, you can make the fusion. Like you have more plays then. Oh no. Weird. Okay, going for Chessy Cat here indicates that they have another Maliss in hand that they drew. Another underground. Okay, draw two. I don't know. It was a very hard game to begin with how the cards were dealt here. So I don't blame them for most likely losing this at all. Like, it was definitely super difficult to win this no matter what you did. But I feel like the way we played this basically gave us like no win condition, whereas like the other lines maybe had like 1% to win. It was Droplet. Okay, but Droplet was also a win con if we just didn't give them another draw off of the SP, right? We have a turn? Yeah, but that's not gonna matter. Like, getting another turn here with Memento does not matter because you cannot break a Maliss board with 2 cards. There simply is no 2 cards in Memento that beat like 2 non-target banishes. If there was droplet, why make SP at all? Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I think you have a realistic win condition if you take the gold sarcophagus and you just pass and they go activate underground, banish Dormouse, and you just droplet the Dormouse hoping they didn't draw another engine. That is a legitimate win con. Cause like you can, I guess you know about the MTP07, which makes that play even like still weird. Because the MTP07, like because of the MTP07, you would have to droplet Dormouse on summon. I don't know. It's either way. It's difficult either way. Normal summon Darkblade. I guess that runs over Apo and then plays in main phase 2, theoretically. But I don't know if it's going to be able to see a battle phase. All we have to do is summon out a Maliss Link with March Hare. Do we know about March Hare in hand? Probably, right? Wait, they went to battle phase? Maybe a Bestial? Oh wait, we know GWC. Never mind. Red Reboot. You know what? Red Reboot was a win con. Yeah, no, you know what? Darkblade plus Red Reboot there maybe was a win con. All right, now the Maliss Field Spell, for those of you who don't know this, the Maliss Field Spell actually protects Apollousa from being attacked. Isn't that wonderful? Because while you control a Maliss Link monster, you can only attack Maliss Link monsters. All right, and with that, Luca turns the series around and wins 2-1 over David on Memento and brings Maliss to the finals. Over on Jord versus Herman, it is currently 1-0 for Herman. So let's go and check in with this game number 2. And it's Blue Eyes here, going first. Sage for Maiden. We might just get, yeah, we might just get Luca Herman finals. We might just get a Luca versus Herman finals. Dominus Impulse onto the Spirit. Sure, not bad. It's not bad, but it's also not crazy. Wishes, discard Purge. Resolves, no Ash Blossom. Majesty and Sage added to hand. Extra normal summon Sage. Grab Effect Veiler. True Light. Brings back Blue Eyes. Make another Spirit. That means we want to make Seals, which I think this is something we're going to see maybe more commonly this format, is people prioritizing Seals over the Blue Eyes Synchro, because against Maliss, Seals is better. March here into White Rabbit on the opponent's turn already, though, is pretty massive. We start the turn off with some pretty strong board presence already here for Maliss. That is difficult to deal with Blue Eyes, is when they already have something on the board. Battle phase to force the Seals. Bounce White Rabbit instantly. Special Koakimeru Drago. Off of the... And now we have no battle phase to deal with the Koakimeru Drago. That's tough. Well, I guess that's a problem. That is the Malice in the Mirror 1 outer. Okay, I mean, I guess Imperm would have done it too. In battle phase still. Okay, never mind. I guess maybe we can climb our way all the way to access code. Access code banish itself could do it. But then can we do much after? Cryptor. Oh yeah, Cryptor also can't be negated, right? Yeah, Cryptor works. Primite Scream. Okay. This seems to be a very focused going first Blue Eyes deck. Imperm on Lightstorm. Cryptor design is so good for a boss monster. I think Cryptor is a pretty cool boss monster. I think it's slightly unfortunate that Maliss usually does not end on Cryptor. It's like Cryptor is not even your main goal. Cryptor is more like your bonus that you sometimes have in the graveyard to just bring it back for free. All right, we tag out into Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit. Normal summon White Rabbit. Gets Veilered. All right, we still had Veiler. I forgot about that. Is this the one with Typhon in it? It is. Okay, it does have Typhon. Actually, hold up. I mean, the thing is, True Light is just going to handle this in the long run, right? True Light probably just has this one covered. Yeah, True Light, Maiden. Ether Barrel. Okay. All right. Blue Eyes equals the score here in the other top 4 match. We are in for a treat because we are getting another game 3 here before we move on to the finals. Probably not going to need a break before the finals either, because they're just going to probably start right away with like a very short break. Timer. Wait. The timer just reset. Did I miss something? Was this game 3? It was game 3. Oh, game 2 was super quick. I didn't realize. Wait, what was game 3 then? Did they? Oh, because we watched game 2 from the start. It took so long that game 3 finished in the background, I think. Oh, okay. Hold up. Oh. I see what's happening here. Sci-fi in the Maliss mirror. Thornmouse gets gamma'd. And then we pass with 2 Bisteels under Dimensional Fissure. Aha. Alright, cool. Dude, we missed the entire game 3 while watching game 2 because it was so quick. Alright, well, I guess Herman is not in the finals. Instead, we got Jordanian against Luca for the finals. Let me adjust the scores real quick. Here we are, and finals. There we are. All right. Finals is ready to start for in a minute. So, from what we know so far, this is 2 Maliss players in the finals, which is honestly not surprising. I heard that yesterday there was a Challenger Cup where there was like no Maliss in the finals, or just 1 in top 4 or something like that. But today it's really, I mean, it is clear Maliss is the best deck in Master Duel right now. People have been doing their best to try and counter it with Lanceas, even in this tournament, like everywhere. But still, at the end of the day, Maliss is just very, very tough to stop, even when you play cards like that. So, yeah, it's definitely to be expected. Now, we have seen Jordanian on a Blue Eyes build, heavily focused on going first. And I believe Luca has had just a second, like, I think Luca's second deck is literally another Maliss deck, just built in a different way. I think they have like a regular Maliss deck for like game 1 and for going second in general. And then they have like a super going first focused Maliss deck that has like Solemns in it. I think those were literally, it's like there's 2 players in the finals, but somehow there's 3 Maliss decks. Make sense of that somehow. All right, and here it is, the finals of today's Challenger Cup. Jordanian versus Luca, game 1. Let's begin. And Luca selects going first here. in what I can only assume to be the Maliss mirror match. Gold Sarcophagus confirms my suspicion. So far, also no Lancea being activated. What? Max C is being activated. All right, we kick things off strong here. Going second with Max C, and there is no answer. All right, that already is pretty tough for Luca. Maybe there's Droll and Lockbird, but I haven't seen many people Droll themselves today. And it seems like we get a free March Hare here for banishing it, sure. But are we going to push into this Max C further? It's tough. Set 1, set 2, pass. No push into the Max C, just draw 1 pass. So, I mean, okay, we're basically going first with 6 cards now and a battle phase. Opponent has 2 sets though, so maybe they're irrelevant. Don't know which version of the deck they're playing right now. Could be the one with the Solemns. Maliss in Underground. Banishes their own Dormouse. Do we impulse that already? We do impulse that with the quickness. That Dormouse is going to stay banished. Not hit the field. All right, so we have traded the impulse for one of their starters. Do they have another one? Normal summon White Rabbit. Pretty strong start here, not gonna lie. We imperm that one. All right, they've had normal summon, they've had underground. Do they also have Maliss in the mirror to dodge the imperm? That's rough. We're gonna be banishing this White Rabbit to dodge the imperm, so it's still going to set a trap card, and then it's gonna return to the field. But this is like on its own. Is this even full combo? Because now if you want to activate this GWC, you have to banish the White Rabbit. I guess we have a banished Dormouse that we can still activate. True. We have a banished Dormouse that we can still use. So that does work. Yeah. That does work. All right. Banishing a Chessy Cat. That is the last name that can still summon itself. So we bring that out. Do we have a Maliss card in hand to draw 2 right now? Or do we just link it off? Okay, we do have a Maliss card. I think that's one of the strongest factors of Maliss in Master Duel that you sometimes underestimate maybe. But like the fact that all of the Maliss cards are in the game and all of them are at 3 makes it so Chessy Cat is just a brutal card overall, right? Like they always have a Maliss for Chessy Cat. It's not like the TCG where, you know, all of the like Dormouse is semi-limited, White Rabbit is semi-limited, Underground is semi-limited. So like they don't always have a Maliss for. Oh my god. Woo. Yep. That's quite something. Jordan, you could have just showed your opponent your hand before this game and maybe they would have elected to go next. You could have saved them from some real pain. You resolved Max C. You had normal summon. You had Maliss in Underground. You had a way to dodge Imperm. You had Impulse for Nibiru. It's rough out here. I mean, here's the thing, right? For being under Max C, Luca's position wasn't even that bad, right? They had Impulse, Imperm, and Nibiru, which is typically not a bad situation to be in the mirror match. You know, Imperm, Impulse, Nibiru is a pretty strong combination in the mirror. But, I mean, what they had was just unreal. All right, but we settle for just card advantage here. We're not actually going to go for game. Because, I mean, the Impulse and the Imperm still forced them to play in a little bit of a more different way. So now March here activates. Banishes Chessy Cat from grave, which can no longer summon. We use Splash Mage this turn, so we can't make an Appaloosa here. We just enabled a Mole Charmy there. I'm not sure why we did that before attacking, but we have Ash for it anyways. It does not matter. That's another card gone from your hand, and another perfect answer drawn. Now we have our own March here. Banishing Dormouse. That's gonna bring back the Dormouse. And now we make an access code in main phase 2. I'm not entirely sure why we used the March Air there on an open game state. Like, what were we afraid of there? Why we wanted to summon that March Air right then and there? Did they call end phase? Surely not. Apple? But they couldn't make Apple. They were locked out of it. They went for Splash Mage earlier. Dark? Dark? No, let him make Dark. If they target Dormouse with Dark, then you chain March Air. That's even better for you, isn't it? Also, they can't make Dark, yeah. Wait, how is this all we have? How is it just access code pass? Why are we potentially losing to this Dormouse right now? We gotta have some... Hello? Does this win? I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't even been paying attention that much the end of the last turn. Because after they impulsed the Nibiru, in my head, I was already like, yeah, this is it. And now, all of a sudden, we're here, where Maliss has gone access code pass in main phase 2. And Luca has drawn Dormouse off the top. And Maliss somehow has set no card. There's Red Ransom. That's another Ash on that. Okay, but there is a set trap card already. Banish that. Yeah, the Ash is not that important here. It does stop some things because it means that Luca does not have a card in hand. So, like, when this Red Ransom returns and banishes a Chessy Cat, which it probably will, you can't immediately draw 2 with it. So it's, you know. Yeah. But I think the top deck Dormouse may have just won them the game here. Which is crazy. I didn't expect this to be the case. The thing is, I'd have to go and rewatch it and see if there was a better line, because I don't want to just say they messed up when I'm not entirely sure. You know, I'm like, I thought this game was over, so I didn't pay that much attention to the exact line they took. I was just waiting for them to do it, you know. Well, okay. I committed too much, but I don't think they're lethal. Well, I mean, it's not about you. You didn't have to win that turn, but I feel like ending on basically 0 interruption cannot possibly have been the way, right? I feel like there has got to be something there where it went weird, right? There's no way. Well, either way, it's fine. Focus on the other games. It happens. (1-0) for Luca, and we're headed into game 2. I mean, top deck Dormouse. Yeah, but I'm a firm believer that if you could have done a better play that could have saved you from that top deck, you don't get to complain about the top deck. You know what I mean? Like, if you had a way to make a board that was better than just access code pass, you don't get to complain about your opponent top decking a play that you could have prepared for. All right, Blue Eyes going first here. Setting Drill Beam off of Ether Barrel, indicating Lordly Load in hand already. Okay, it seems like we have no Sage, however. We have no Sage, so we're just gonna go Lordly Load, call Blue Eyes. Now, we have seen from this deck previously, we've seen the Koakimeru Drago out of the Hieratic Seals, right? So, are they gonna give a second draw to make seals here? No. Okay, calling it a day. No seals, no Koakimeru Drago. 6 cards here for Luca. All we know from Jordanian is a Drill Beam. There's the normal summon of Dormouse. Primite Scream. It banishes the monster. Why did we do that? It banishes the monster. We spent 2. Why not wait for like a Link 3? Just let him cook for a second. I guess the Dormouse is gone now. And it won't come back. And it was the only starter. Okay, it paid off. Never mind. Never mind. It works. Ether Barrel back from the graveyard. The fact that worked is wild. I mean, to be fair, the only possible extender there is like March Hare plus a Maliss or the Field Spell or Gold Sark. Which actually, you know, never mind. That's a lot of cards. Oh yeah, Allure could also work, yeah. All right, Druid Swarm banishing Blue Eyes from the graveyard here is pretty neat. But they have Ghost Spell for it. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I think I like letting them Druid Swarm. I think lose the Blue Eyes and just banish that with a Drill Beam, because we have 2 Drill Beams right now anyways. But I mean, actually no, this is game. It's barely not game. But I mean, if you put Maliss on 100 life points, surely that's it. Yeah, Charlie agrees. Charlie agrees. Putting Maliss on 100 life points is probably good enough. Linking off the 2 Blue Eyes. I mean, I guess we can still call one with Lordly Load. Yeah. This is like the one time where it actually matters that Maliss pays life points. Where sometimes when you push 4 damage against them, you don't have to push for the full 8,000. It's okay to push for slightly less. Like if you're like 500 off or 1,000 off, or even in this case, like 100 off, you still severely limit their follow-up. Unless they can get to a GWC very quickly. Yep. And that's going to equalize the series. And bring our finals to a game 3. Now here's the thing, Luca gets to go first in this one, and we've seen the kind of Maliss deck that Luca's been playing for going first. It had Solemn Warning, it had Solemn Strike. That's tough. Those cards are very, very good against Maliss when you go first. Because normally, a lot of your non-engine, you have to use it as early as possible against Maliss, because like the deck is so good. As soon as they get a Link 3 onto the field, it's so hard to stop anything. But if you can actually negate a Link monster with the Solemn card, that is huge value. Absolutely huge value, because at that point, it doesn't matter that the Link monster is in the graveyard because it's not been properly summoned. So you cannot bring it back in any way. Alright, Malice and Underground, banished Dormouse. So far, no response. No Maxi, no Bell, no Lancia, nothing. White Rabbit. Normal Chessy Cat as well. Activate Chessy Cat. An Ash Blossom. This is like, it feels so mediocre to use Ash in a spot like this. It's probably correct to do, but like, you already know they're gonna full combo on you. It's just like, okay, well, now I have 4 cards instead of 5. There's Link Decoder. And there's Red Ransom. Should they hold Ash for MTP? I think in this position, where you use the Ash Blossom is irrelevant. But if you don't use it there, they probably make an Appaloosa anyways, and you don't really get to use it later. You could make an argument to hold it for your own turn in case they have Maxi or something. But even then, it probably gets Appalooza'd. I think it's just like it just doesn't do much against Maliss, anyways. Of course, most people still play Ashe because it counters Maxi in Master Duel. But if it was just for Maliss, like if it was just Maliss format and there was no Maxi involved, I'm convinced people just wouldn't be playing Maxi right now. Ash Blossom, not Maxi. Of course they would, but like if Maxi wasn't the thing in Master Duel and it's just Maliss format, I think you just don't play Ash Blossom. Yeah, you can use it on like there is targets for it. That's not. I'm not saying it's completely useless. You can hit Chessie Cat. You can hit Whitebinder when it tries to resummon or something like that. But like it's just not gonna, you know. Is this the spot to nib? I mean, fine. It seemed fine to me. Because they are losing some link material here. But it's also still, once again, not gonna matter enough. Gaining their own March here. Okay. What's the point of doing this? Doesn't this just expose these cards to like hard scripter banishes for free? Because it doesn't actually interrupt the opponent, does it? Because MTP does not banish anything. Flash Mage. Brings back Chessie. Whitebinder. I mean, after MTP07 banish March here, Jordanian is still gonna have 4 cards in hand before they start the turn, and maybe a White Rabbit on the field. But I just don't really know. I mean, I guess it depends on exactly what Luca is able to end on here. Because there's no longer going to be an Appaloosa, because we did go through Splash Mage. SP Little Knight is still going to return. So that's going to be at least... I mean, it's not that great against Maliss, but it is there. Now we MTP. Banish the March here. All right, search Chessie Cat to hand, and then also add the March Hare back to hand, but like, okay. Now we set GWC back from the graveyard. I guess the question is, what can we turn these two into? Do we play Topologic Bomber Dragon? I haven't seen many people play that in Master Duel. It'd be pretty good in the mirror here. In a situation like this, I think Topologic would be pretty strong. Firewall. You can make Firewall and then co-link it on the opponent's turn. That is an option. Because after you resolve GWC, you can like co-link the White Binder to the Firewall. Sure. That's fine. Access code to immediately clear the White Rabbit is also an option, I guess. Although I'm not sure how important it is to clear this White Rabbit. Because, I mean, it's going to come back anyways, but I guess you don't want them to have a body. Alright, set 1. Another access code pass. We've seen access code pass fail in game 1 for Jordanian, but for Luca here, it's backed up with 4 face downs. And a Little Knight that's returning, so it's not quite the same. 5 cards in hand for Jordanian, though. But like 4 back row is so tough. So tough. Normal Chessy Cat. One of them, yeah, true. We did keep Nibiru in hand. Activate Chessy Cat to try and draw 2. If they have Solemn Strike, I would Solemn Strike this just to keep the number of unknown cards lower. So Ash Blossom here makes sense. This Ash was telegraphed because they thought so long on the MTP07. So we don't want to give our opponent more unknown cards. Here we go, GWC. Put the White Binder there. Gain 2300 life points. Go up to 96. Banish some stuff. Yeah, playing around Lingaribo is smart. Although, I mean, the Lingaribo doesn't really work in this instance, because if they make Lingaribo and then keep playing, you can just banish the Lingaribo with SP, giving the SP actual value. So, but yeah, still fine. Banish Red Ransom and March Hare or White Binder and the opponent's MTP. March Hare back to hand. Red Ransom special, banish probably White Rabbit, and then White Rabbit get MTP 7. How long till time? Nah, they got like 18 minutes. That is not going to be a factor. Wait, they didn't banish White Rabbit? Okay. I guess they can still banish White Rabbit with March Hare whenever they want. But alright, that's odd. Summoning Ransom without banishing. Activate March Hare in hand with a White Rabbit in the graveyard. That gets impulsed, which negates and destroys. I am losing faith in Maliss going second here. I don't know if it's possible to beat all the stuff they have, plus Ash, plus Impulse, plus whatever. I mean, there's got to be other stuff that's said. They have it all. They literally have it all. They have a normal summon. They have Underground. They have March Hare. They have some setup in the graveyard already. Yeah, but it's just not happening. MTP07 is banishing the field spell. One card in hand is Nibiru. The other card is unknown. Here maybe they could have done Lingaribo, but okay. And Luca in the Maliss mirror comes out on top here and wins today's Challenger Cup. The first Challenger Cup I hosted in the Maliss format was won by a double Maliss lineup. You know, they had not one but 2 Maliss decks. So yeah, GG's to Luca. Well played, everybody. It was an entertaining day. I hope you all had a good time. I will be live tomorrow. So anyone who enjoyed today's stream, make sure to tune in tomorrow. In the meantime, you can check out the YouTube channel. I have uploaded my first scripted video in a long time, or maybe ever. I don't remember if I've ever done this before, but you can go !YouTube to check that out. Until then, thank you so much for Konami to hosting and sponsoring the Challenger Cups as per usual. Hope everyone enjoyed the day. Hope everyone has a wonderful rest to their weekend. Once again, congratulations to Luca for winning another Challenger Cup, and I'll see you guys on tomorrow's stream. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.